Hey friends! Glad you're here at The Fiction Wizard. We've cooked up something special. Filius Flitwick counted 19 bruises on Harry after flying class. DMLE arrived before curfew. Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, 19. The brooms were old. Harry noticed it the moment Madame Hooch lined them up on the grass. 11-year-old standing in two wobbly rows on the Hogwarts lawn while September wind cut across the grounds and made everyone's robes flap like laundry. The brooms were old and slightly warped, and several of them had twigs sticking out at odd angles, and Harry looked at the one in front of him and thought, this is going to be a problem. Not for him. He already knew he could fly. He'd known since he was 7, actually, though he'd never been on a proper broom. There was something about height that had always come naturally to him, some instinct for balance and distance and the way air moved around moving things, that the Dursleys had never been able to beat out of him, though not for lack of trying. Dudley had pushed him off the garden wall once when he was 6. Harry had landed fine. He'd actually landed well, tucking and rolling in a way that shouldn't have been instinctive for a 6-year-old, and Aunt Petunia had looked at him afterward with that particular expression she reserved for moments when Harry did something that reminded her he wasn't quite normal. He'd learned to hide it after that. The ease with heights. The way he could judge distances without thinking. All of it went into the same box as the accidental magic and the ability to talk to the garden snake and the time he'd ended up on the school roof to escape Dudley's gang and had genuinely, honestly, not understood how he'd gotten there. The point was, and Harry had a lot of points running parallel in his head at all times, a habit developed out of pure necessity, the point was that flying was going to be the least of his problems today. The brooms were old. That meant they'd respond unevenly, pull to the left or the right, fight the rider instead of working with them. And the person standing 4 spots down the row from Harry, bouncing on his heels with his chin tilted up and his Nimbus 2000 propped against his leg like a trophy, Draco Malfoy had brought his own broom. Harry looked at it. Then he looked at the gap between Malfoy's broom and his own school-issue shooting star, which was old enough to have probably been flown during the previous war, and thought, right. So that's how today is going to go. Everyone stand by your broom, Madame Hooch called out, striding down the line with her yellow hawk eyes moving over each of them in quick, professional assessment. She was the kind of woman who had no patience for softness or nonsense and wore both qualities like armor. Left side. Come on, I haven't got all morning. Harry stepped to the left of his broom. Around him, the rest of the first years shuffled into position, Hermione Granger already perfectly placed, spine straight, expression focused, Ron Weasley slightly too far to the left and correcting, Neville Longbottom looking at his broom the way most people looked at live explosives. Now, Hooch said, stopping at the front of the line, when I say up, you say it firmly and with intention. These brooms respond to confidence. If you mumble, you'll get nothing. If you shout, you'll get nothing. You want a clear, commanding, up, said Malfoy. His Nimbus leapt immediately into his hand, smooth and instant, and he smirked down the line with the casual satisfaction of someone who had been practicing that exact move since before term started. Several people looked impressed. Harry looked at his shooting star. Up, he said, quiet and even. The broom jumped into his palm. Not Malfoy's smooth, practiced leap, his broom shot upward with genuine enthusiasm, smacking into his hand hard enough that he had to close his fingers fast, and there was a split second where he felt it vibrate, like a dog that had been sitting still for too long and was absolutely done waiting. It wanted to fly. The old thing genuinely wanted to fly, warped twigs and all. Harry ran his thumb along the handle and thought, all right then. Around him, the rest of the class was having significantly more trouble. Ron's broom rolled over twice and lay still. Hermione's rose about 3 inches and then drifted back down, at which point she said, up, again with exactly the same precise diction, and it happened again, 3 inches, drift. Neville's broom stayed on the ground and looked very comfortable there. Don't argue with it, Hooch told Parvati, who was having a whispered negotiation with hers. It's a broom, Miss Patil. It doesn't have feelings. Up. The lesson proceeded. They learned to hover, just off the ground, just for a moment, just to feel the balance, and Harry hovered his broom about 18 inches up and felt immediately and completely at home, which was a strange sensation to have in a body that had rarely felt at home anywhere. The broom was crooked under him. He could feel the pull to the right. He adjusted without thinking. That was when Malfoy said, "Longbottom, you look like you're sitting on a toilet." Neville, who had managed approximately 4 inches of height and looked like he was trying to do calculus in his head while also not dying, went red. Several Slytherins laughed. Hooch was at the other end of the line, correcting someone's grip. "Malfoy," Ron said from 2 spots over. "What?" Malfoy said, with the particular brand of innocence that isn't innocent at all. "Leave him alone. I'm just making an observation." "You're being a prat." "Language, Weasley. Though I suppose manners aren't really covered at the Burrow, are there too many of you two?" "Enough," Harry said. His voice wasn't raised. It didn't need to be. It had that quality his voice sometimes got, flat and cool and very, very clear, and it cut across the whispered exchange like a blade. Malfoy looked at him. Harry looked back, hovering on his crooked broom with his arms relaxed and his weight naturally balanced, and he had the expression of someone who has already decided how this ends and finds the process mildly tedious. "Potter," Malfoy said, and the name was still half a sneer, because Malfoy wasn't entirely sure yet how to recalibrate. He'd expected Harry Potter to be something different. Grateful for attention. Hungry for approval. He'd expected to be wanted, and the experience of not being wanted was still new enough to make him sharp around the edges. "You're on a school broom. You can barely hover." "I'm hovering fine," Harry said. "That thing will fall apart if you go above 10 feet. "Probably," Harry agreed, and the easiness of it, the complete absence of defensiveness, seemed to confuse Malfoy more than an argument would have. Hooch came back down the line. "Right," she said, clapping once. "Let's try some forward movement. Gentle kicks, lean forward, don't go above 10 feet, I want feet barely off the ground, clear? This is a lesson, not a race. Mr. Malfoy, that means you too." What happened next was not, technically, Harry's fault. What happened next was that Hooch turned her back to demonstrate a proper kickoff stance for the students near the shed, and Malfoy looked at Harry with his chin tipped at that particular angle, and said, "Catch," and threw a small glass ball, a Remembrall, as it turned out, the one he'd snatched from Neville's hand 30 seconds earlier when no one was watching, threw it high and forward, toward the far edge of the pitch. It wasn't thrown at Harry. It was thrown away from Harry, deliberately, into the open air above the grass, and Malfoy said, "Go fetch it, Potter. Let's see what that flying thing's worth on a school broom." Harry was in the air before he thought about it. Later, he'd understand that was exactly what Malfoy had wanted, had counted on that instinct, that immediate, unthinking response to a thing thrown. He'd wanted Harry off the ground and moving. He'd wanted to see what Harry was. And whatever Malfoy had expected, what he got was something else entirely. Harry went. The shooting star was crooked and old and desperate to fly, and Harry gave it exactly what it wanted, forward, hard, no hesitation, and the broom responded like it was trying to remember what it was made for. The pull to the right was a fact he'd registered and filed, and he adjusted for it automatically, the way you adjust your stride for a crooked pavement, and then he was 30 feet up and accelerating, and the glass ball was still rising from the arc of Malfoy's throw, and Harry, he caught it in his left hand, hovering, 6 feet from the pitch end, between one breath and the next. Then there was a silence. The kind of silence that comes after something that wasn't supposed to happen. Harry turned the shooting star around, it actually fishtailed a bit, fighting the turn because the right pull made tight maneuvers annoying, and came back down in a slow, controlled descent, landing with both feet on the grass at the same time. He held out the Remembrall to Neville without looking at Malfoy. Neville took it with wide eyes. "How did you?" "He pulled to the right," Harry said, meaning the broom. You have to lean into it when you turn. That, said a new voice, was extraordinary. Flitwick. He was standing at the edge of the pitch with his arms folded and his head tipped slightly to the side, in the manner of someone who had come out of the castle to observe and had gotten considerably more than they came for. He was a small man, tiny, really, with a fluffy sort of presence that made most students treat him like a cheerful woodland creature, but the eyes watching Harry from the edge of the pitch were precise and careful and very, very awake. Harry hadn't noticed him there before. That was unusual. He noticed most things. Professor Flitwick, Hooch said, her voice carrying the particular layered tone of someone who is professionally composing herself. I wasn't aware we had observers today. I was walking past, Flitwick said pleasantly, which was possibly true and possibly not. Mr. Potter, would you come here a moment? Harry walked over. Behind him, the lesson resumed with the somewhat muted energy of people who have just watched something and aren't sure what to do with it. Flitwick looked at him for a moment. He was not, Harry had already worked out, the sort of man who asked questions he didn't already know the shape of the answer to. He was also not the sort of man who asked questions in front of people he didn't want listening. He'd waited until Harry was close enough that the conversation was private. Your first time on a broom? Flitwick said. Yes, Harry said. You felt the right pull in the handle. On the first hover. Flitwick made a small sound that might have been anything. And the calculation for the catch, you didn't think about that. Where the ball would be, where to intercept. No, Harry said. It was just obvious. Flitwick looked at him for another 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, Harry had the distinct and unfamiliar experience of an adult looking at him clearly, not at the scar, not at the name, not at whatever idea they'd already assembled of who Harry Potter was supposed to be, just at Harry. The person in front of him. The 11-year-old standing on the grass with a warped broom in his hand. You should speak to Professor McGonagall, Flitwick said finally. Tell her I sent you. About the flying? About the flying, Flitwick confirmed, and there was something beneath the pleasantness of his voice now, a note that wasn't quite worry, but was paying close attention to the same neighborhood. And perhaps, if you don't mind, Mr. Potter, come to my classroom after dinner. I'd like to discuss something with you. Harry considered this. Adults who wanted to discuss something with him after dinner were, in his experience, not generally offering anything good. But Flitwick had looked at him clearly, and that wasn't nothing. That was actually quite a lot. All right, Harry said. The rest of the flying lesson was uneventful by comparison, which set the bar relatively high. Hooch put the class through basic forward movement and stopping exercises and seemed to be going out of her way not to acknowledge what had happened, which Harry found interesting. Malfoy was very quiet, which was also interesting. Neville managed to get about 8 feet in the air before the broom dipped suddenly and Parvati grabbed his sleeve and everyone ended up back on the ground, shaken, with Neville making apologies to people who weren't sure what he was apologizing for. It was during the landing drills, 2 feet down together, heels first, lean back, that it happened. Not to Harry. To Neville. The broom went sideways. It happened fast. One moment Neville was at about 15 feet, doing his careful, anxious best, and then the broom gave a vicious sideways lurch that was not any kind of natural flight behavior, and Neville went off the side. Harry was already moving. He wasn't the only one, Ron shouted and Hooch spun around, but Harry was already in the air, broom between his legs. That pull to the right compensated for before he'd consciously registered he was compensating, and he got to Neville before Neville hit the ground because it was obvious where Neville was going to be. The arc was just, he didn't catch him. He was honest about that afterward. He got close enough that Neville grabbed at him, and they both came down hard. Harry managed to get the broom under them at an angle that took the worst of the impact, landed them in a tumbling skid across the grass rather than a direct fall, which was better than it could have been but was still 15 feet of uncontrolled contact with a broom handle and the ground. Neville got a twisted ankle and a nasty gash on his forearm and was otherwise fine, which was the goal. Harry lay on the grass for a moment and took inventory. His ribs on the left side had met the broom handle at some speed. His right shoulder had hit the ground first. His left hip. His knees, both of them. His left wrist. The side of his head, though that one was mild, just ground contact, nothing worrying. He sat up. Neville. You all right? Neville, lying beside him, looked up at the sky with the expression of someone who has recently had a religious experience of the unpleasant variety. I think I'm alive, he said. You are, Harry confirmed. Your arm needs a look. Hooch was there in seconds, and then other people were there, and there was the predictable storm of noise and checking and did someone see what happened, and in the middle of all of it Harry got carefully to his feet and stood quietly while Madame Hooch did the brisk, professional assessment of Neville's ankle and arm. Someone, Hermione, appeared at Harry's elbow. You're bleeding, she said, in a tone that was trying very hard to be practical and not entirely succeeding. Harry looked at his left arm. Little bit, he said. You should go to the hospital wing. Neville should go to the hospital wing. I'm fine. Hermione looked at him with the expression she was going to spend the next 7 years perfecting, the one that said I know you're wrong and I know why and I'm going to need you to reconsider, and said, Harry. Your lip is split and I'm fairly certain your shoulder is, can you help Neville stand up? Harry said. He shouldn't put weight on that ankle. Hermione looked at him for one more moment. Then she turned and helped Neville stand up. It was Flitwick who found him, 20 minutes later, sitting on the bench outside the changing rooms while the class filed back toward the castle. Flitwick had apparently been walking this way anyway, or had arranged to be walking this way, and he stopped, and he looked at Harry with those precise, careful eyes, and he said, Mr. Potter. How many times did you make contact with the broom or the ground during that landing? Harry thought about it. 6 or 7. I wasn't counting. Hold still, Flitwick said, in a tone that was mild on the surface and underneath was the sort of thing that made people hold still. He cast a diagnostic spell. It was quiet and quick and professional, the kind of spell that Madame Pomfrey would have used. Harry recognized the category of it. He'd had enough of her attention over the years at school to know what a medical diagnostic looked like, and Flitwick read the result with a very still face. Mr. Potter, Flitwick said. Professor? This is a new injury, Flitwick said, and his voice was entirely measured and even in giving away nothing, but you have older ones here as well. He wasn't looking at Harry's arm. He was looking at the diagnostic readout, which apparently showed quite a lot. Some of these are from the fall just now. Some of them are not. Harry held very still. How many bruises, Flitwick said, as if this was a perfectly normal question to ask a student after a flying lesson, do you currently have on your body, do you know? Harry knew. He knew exactly, the way you know things when you live in a body that other people have been careless with, when knowing is part of how you keep track, part of how you stay ahead. He knew because he'd counted, this morning, the same way he counted every morning. A habit so old it was automatic. 19, he said. Flitwick was quiet for 3 full seconds. 19, he said. He did not say it like it was surprising. He said it like it was confirming something he'd already suspected and had very much hoped was wrong. Today is the 4th day of term. Yes, Harry said. Flitwick folded his hands in front of him. He looked at the grass. He looked at Harry. He looked at the castle. He had the expression of a person running through a series of decisions very quickly, not panicking, not performing concern, just thinking, just working through what came next, and Harry watched him do it and felt something he couldn't immediately name. Something that was almost like relief and was also completely terrifying. Come with me, Flitwick said. To your classroom? To Madame Pomfrey first, Flitwick said. Classroom after. Come on. Harry went. The hospital wing was empty at that hour, the clean white beds lined up in their precise rows and Madame Pomfrey at her desk writing something in a ledger, and she stood immediately when they came in, when she saw Flitwick's expression she stood even straighter, which was interesting, because Poppy Pomfrey was already a woman who stood quite straight. "Filius," she said. 19, he said, and that was apparently enough, because Pomfrey turned to Harry with her wand already out and her face doing the careful, professional composure thing that meant something was running under the surface at a temperature. The full diagnostic took about 4 minutes. Harry sat on the edge of a hospital bed and let it happen, which he would not have done a year ago. A year ago he would have found a reason to leave, would have said he was fine, would have managed the situation until he was out of it. But he'd gotten on the Hogwarts Express 9 days ago and walked into a new world and made a decision, somewhere between King's Cross and the castle, that he was done managing. He was done minimizing. He was 11 years old and he was done. So he sat still and let Pomfrey work and he looked at the window. When she finished, she and Flitwick had a quiet conversation at the end of the bed. Harry heard fragments, 6 weeks at least for 2 of these, the shoulder was wrenched, this isn't broom contact, this is, yes, I know, the pattern is, Filius, are you going to, and then a longer quiet during which neither of them said anything at all. Then Flitwick came back to him. "Madame Pomfrey is going to treat the injuries from this afternoon," he said, and he was speaking in the careful, even voice of someone choosing every word with intention. "I'm going to send a message to Headmaster Dumbledore. And I'm going to contact the DMLE. Harry looked at him. "You're going to contact the Department of Magical Law Enforcement?" "Yes." "About my bruises?" "About the pattern of your bruises," Flitwick said, "which Madame Pomfrey has documented and which I have documented, and which tell a story that I am not qualified to ignore." He paused. "I want to ask you something, and I want you to answer me honestly. Can you do that?" "Usually," Harry said, which was honest. Flitwick almost smiled. "Almost. Were any of the 19 bruises caused by someone at this school?" "No," Harry said immediately. "The ones from today are from the fall. The others are from before I got on the train." Flitwick held his gaze for a moment. "Before you got on the train," he said. "Yes. At your family's home." Harry didn't say anything. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick said, very quietly, "you don't have to protect anyone. Not here. Not to me." Something in Harry's chest did a complicated thing. He managed to keep his face neutral, mostly. "I know I don't have to," he said. "It's not protecting anyone. It's just," he stopped. Found the word. "It's just true." Flitwick waited. "My uncle," Harry said. "And my cousin. Mostly my cousin." And then Harry stopped talking, because he had said the true thing and it was out now, and there was nothing else to do with it. Flitwick nodded once, a single, small nod that contained quite a lot, and stood up. "Madame Pomfrey will see to your shoulder," he said. "I'll be back within the hour." He left. Madame Pomfrey fixed his shoulder in about 3 minutes flat, and his ribs in about 4, and did something to his lip that tasted like spearmint and healed the split in about 30 seconds, and she was professionally composed throughout all of it with the exception of one moment when she pressed her lips together so tightly they went white, and then released, and was professionally composed again. "Stay here," she said when she was done. "For how long?" She gave him a look. "Until Professor Flitwick comes back, Mr. Potter." "Stay here." Harry stayed. He lay on the hospital bed and looked at the ceiling, which was high and stone and very old, and he thought about the decision he'd made on the Hogwarts Express. He thought about the compartment, and Hermione's face when she'd looked up from her book, and Ron's voice, easy and unguarded, talking about his brothers with the comfortable familiarity of someone who'd never had to guard anything. He thought about the sorting hat on his head, that strange consciousness pressing against his thoughts, saying there is something here, there is quite a lot here, where shall we, and Harry thinking back at it, clearly and deliberately, I want to be around people who are honest. Which was not the criteria the hat typically worked with, but the hat had considered it for a moment and then said, in his ear only, right then. Gryffindor. He didn't regret the decision. Any of the decisions. But he was aware that what he'd told Flitwick was the kind of truth that, once in motion, could not be stopped. And he was aware that he wasn't entirely sure where it was going. It was 43 minutes later, not within the hour but close, when Flitwick returned. And he did not come back alone. He came back with Albus Dumbledore, which Harry had expected. And with Minerva McGonagall, which he had also expected. And with a woman Harry had never seen before, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing deep burgundy robes with gold trim and the kind of posture that belongs to people who are accustomed to walking into rooms where the conversation stops, who looked around the hospital wing with quick, professional grey eyes and said nothing at all. McGonagall went to Pomfrey. They spoke quietly and briefly and Pomfrey handed over a parchment, the diagnostic record, Harry supposed. McGonagall read it. The expression on her face moved through several things in quick succession and came to rest on something that was controlled and still and very cold. Dumbledore looked at Harry. He had the look of a man who had hoped, possibly for a very long time, that a particular accounting would not come due, and who had now understood that it had. "Harry," he said. "Professor," Harry said. The woman in the burgundy robes pulled a chair up to his bed and sat down. She moved with the economy of someone who doesn't waste motion. She produced a small notebook and a quick quotes quill that she looked at, seemed to reconsider, and put away, opting instead for a regular quill and ink. "My name is Amelia Bones," she said. "I'm the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Professor Flitwick contacted my office about 40 minutes ago." "I know who you are," Harry said, which made her pause slightly. "You were at my wand registration in Diagon Alley. You signed the form." Something moved in her expression. Not softness, exactly. Recognition. "I did," she said. "You have a good memory." "I know," Harry said. She looked at him steadily. Up close, she had the kind of face that had spent a long time in difficult rooms and had learned exactly what it could and couldn't control. There were lines around her eyes that weren't from laughing. She had the manner of someone who was perpetually aware that the work was more than the institution, and who had made peace with that fact in a way that had cost her something. "I'm going to ask you some questions," she said. "You don't have to answer them if you don't want to. You have the right to have an advocate present, that can be one of the professors, or someone you trust, or we can have the ministry appoint. Professor Flitwick can stay," Harry said. Flitwick, who was standing near the window, made no move and said nothing, but something in him settled. "All right," Amelia said. "Mr. Potter. How long have you been living at your aunt and uncle's house?" "Since I was 15 months old," Harry said. "So approximately 10 years. And in that time," she began. "I can give you a full accounting," Harry said. "If that's easier." "I kept track." The quill went still. Amelia looked at him. "You kept track," she said. "I had to," Harry said, without any particular emphasis on the words. "Just a fact. The same way you'd say I ate breakfast or I walked to school. I didn't know why, when I was small. I just knew that if I didn't know exactly what happened and when, I couldn't think about it clearly. And I needed to think about it clearly." Amelia Bones was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was precisely level and very careful. "Mr. Potter. You have been systematically keeping a record of incidents of," she paused, chose the word, "mistreatment." "Yes," Harry said. She breathed in. Breathed out. "Since when?" "Since I could write," Harry said. "I hid the pages inside my school textbooks. They don't check school textbooks." Dumbledore, behind Amelia, had gone very still. McGonagall had turned away from the window. Flitwick was watching Harry with those precise, careful eyes, and in those eyes was something that was not pity, which Harry would not have been able to stand, but something rawer and more honest than pity. Something that looked, actually, like anger. The clean, quiet kind. Those records, Amelia said. Are they here? At Hogwarts? In my trunk, Harry said. Room in the bottom, false panel. Standard. I can get them whenever. I'll need them as evidence, she said. If you're willing. That's why I kept them, Harry said. Another silence. This one had a different texture, heavier, and full of a particular kind of weight that comes when a room full of adults understand simultaneously that a child has been doing, alone, the work that all of them should have been doing for him. Dumbledore stepped forward then. He moved with the careful deliberateness of a man who is aware that his position in this room is not what it would normally be. Harry, he said. Harry looked at him. I want you to know, Dumbledore said, and his voice was quiet and not performing anything, that I am sorry. Harry considered this for a moment. I know you are, he said. I'd like to talk to you about it properly, when there's time. Not right now. Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain, blinked once. Of course, he said. All right, Amelia said, and she was back in professional mode, the briefly visible undercurrent tucked away, the notebook open, the quill ready. Let's start from the beginning, Mr. Potter. Take your time. Tell me what you remember. Outside the hospital wing windows, the light was going amber and gold, late afternoon becoming early evening, and somewhere below on the grounds, the last students were filing in from the day's final lessons. The castle was settling into the familiar shuffle and noise of curfew approach. In the great hall, the house tables would be filling up, and someone would eventually notice that Harry Potter wasn't there, and the question would run down the Gryffindor table like a current. In the hospital wing, Harry began to talk. He used dates where he had them and approximations where he didn't. He used the flat, clear voice he'd developed for exactly this purpose, the voice that could describe things without drowning in them, and he watched Amelia Bones write and watched Flitwick stand very still at the window and watched the light change on the stone floor. He spoke for a long time. When he finished, the room was quiet. Madame Pomfrey had come to stand in the doorway of her office at some point and was still there, and her hands were folded in front of her so tightly that the knuckles were pale. McGonagall was looking at a fixed point on the wall. Dumbledore was looking at the floor. Flitwick was the one who eventually spoke. He turned from the window, and his voice was even and light and completely, utterly steady. Thank you, Harry, he said. That was very brave. Harry thought about it. Not really, he said. I was going to tell someone eventually. I was just waiting for someone worth telling. Flitwick looked at him. Something in the old professor's face shifted, just barely, just for a moment, and then he smiled, small and real and full of something that was probably the closest a very controlled man got to heartbreak. Well, Flitwick said, you found us. Amelia Bones closed her notebook. She looked at Dumbledore. Her expression was the specific, precise expression of a professional who is operating in a situation where personal feeling and professional obligation have collided, and who has made a clear decision about which one drives her actions. Albus, she said. Yes, Dumbledore said, and his voice was older than Harry had ever heard it. We're going to need to talk about what happens next, she said. Tonight. Yes, he said again. She stood up. She looked at Harry one more time, and in that look was something that he filed away, a kind of recognition, woman to boy, adult to child, but specifically professional who has seen too much to child who should not have had to know this much. A kind of respect that had nothing to do with his name or his scar. Get some rest, she said. We'll speak again tomorrow. I know, Harry said. She paused, halfway to standing. You're not worried, she said. Not a question. Should I be? Harry said. Amelia Bones looked at him for one more second, and then she did something he hadn't expected. She laughed, short and low and genuine, the laugh of someone who has been surprised in the best possible way. No, she said. I don't think you should. She straightened up and turned to Dumbledore, and whatever warmth the moment had held snapped closed like a box as she said, "Albus. My office. 7 o'clock. Bring Minerva," and walked out of the hospital wing with the measured stride of someone who had already started building the case in her head. McGonagall followed with a look at Harry that was complicated and sharp and full of things she clearly intended to say at a time that was not right now. Dumbledore stood for a moment longer. He looked at Harry with those ancient blue eyes, and Harry looked back, and neither of them said anything. Then Dumbledore nodded once, just once, very small, and left. The hospital wing was quiet. Flitwick sat down in the chair Amelia had vacated and folded his hands on his knee. "How are you actually feeling?" he said. Harry thought about it honestly. "Lighter," he said. "Which is strange, because I thought it would feel the opposite." "Secrets are heavier going in than coming out," Flitwick said. "Most things are." Harry looked at the window. The light was gone now, full evening, and somewhere down below, the castle was a warm glowing thing with people in it who were eating dinner and doing homework and arguing about Quidditch. "Professor Flitwick," Harry said. "Yes?" "Why did you count them?" "The bruises." "Why did you do the diagnostic at all? Most people wouldn't have." Flitwick was quiet for a moment. "I was a dueling champion before I was a teacher," he said. "I know what a body looks like after a fight. I know the difference between a fall and other things." He paused. "And I have been a teacher for a very long time, Mr. Potter. I have had students with injuries they did not know how to explain and adults in their lives who did not want them explained. I know what that looks like too." Harry nodded slowly. "You should eat," Flitwick said. "I'll have Madame Pomfrey send something up. And tomorrow we will talk, properly, about all of it. Tonight you've done enough." Harry lay back against the pillow. The shoulder felt better, healed clean, the ache that had been a constant companion in the background since about the second day of term simply gone, which was still slightly amazing. Magic. The ability to fix things. He stared at the stone ceiling and thought about Flitwick counting, carefully, methodically, the evidence of 10 years on Harry's skin, and writing it down in his neat professor's hand. He thought about what Amelia Bones's eyes had looked like when he'd said "I kept track." He thought about Dumbledore saying "I'm sorry," without the usual theatrical weight that adults put on apologies, just the bare words, and the oldness in his voice. And he thought about what came next. Not with dread. Not with the low-level vigilance that had been running underneath everything for as long as he could remember, the constant awareness of exits and escalation and how to make yourself small enough not to be worth the trouble. He thought about it with something else. Something that was almost, tentatively, carefully, curious. What came next was going to be interesting. Good, he thought. He was tired of the alternative. Chapter 2. What the records say. Harry slept better than he had in years. He hadn't expected that. He'd expected to lie awake in the hospital wing running through the evenings accounting, cataloguing what he'd said, what Amelia Bones had written down, what Dumbledore's face had done at each specific moment, the way he usually processed things, methodically, before he could let them go. Instead he was asleep before Madame Pomfrey finished charming the curtain closed around his bed, and he slept the deep, flat sleep of someone who has been carrying something heavy for a very long time and has finally put it down. He woke up to Hermione Granger sitting in the chair beside his bed. She had a book open on her knee, which he expected. She also had a plate of toast and a cup of tea on the side table, which he didn't. She looked up when he moved, and she had the expression of someone who has been working very hard at appearing calm and is aware they're only partially succeeding. "Good morning," she said. "How long have you been there?" Harry said. "Since 6. She paused. "Madame Pomfrey let me in. I told her I was bringing breakfast." "You brought breakfast to a hospital wing that has its own breakfast service." "I brought specific breakfast," Hermione said, with the faint defensiveness of someone whose logic has been questioned. "You didn't eat dinner. Madame Pomfrey said you fell asleep before the tray arrived." So. She gestured at the toast. Harry sat up. His shoulder felt entirely normal, which was still remarkable. He took a piece of toast and looked at Hermione, who was watching him with the focused attention she usually reserved for particularly dense textbooks, and thought about what to say. The honest answer was that he liked her very much and had from approximately the moment she'd walked into his train compartment and said, in a tone that balanced hope and wariness in exact measure, "Do you mind if I sit here?" Like she'd expected to be told no. Like she'd been told no often enough that she asked every time now, just in case. Harry understood that particular brand of social calculus intimately. "Did Ron tell you what happened?" he said. "Ron told me you went to the hospital wing with Professor Flitwick and didn't come back. Then he told me there were people from outside the school. Then he spent about 20 minutes not saying the things he was actually thinking, which with Ron means something's bothering him, so." She closed her book. "What happened, Harry?" Harry ate his toast. He thought about the decision he'd made on the train, done managing, done minimizing, and he thought about the fact that Hermione was sitting here at 6 in the morning with specific breakfast, and he said, Flitwick did a diagnostic spell after the fall. He found more than just fall-related injuries. Hermione was very still. "More than. I came to Hogwarts with 19 bruises," Harry said. Flitwick counted them. He called the DMLE. The silence was a particular kind. Harry had learned to read silences the way you learn to read weather. Some were dangerous, some were neutral, some were the specific charged stillness before something changed. This one was the kind where a person was taking in information and trying to keep their response proportionate to the situation and not entirely managing it. "The DMLE," Hermione said. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones came herself. She interviewed me last night." "And you told them?" "Everything," Harry said. "I told them everything." Another silence. Then Hermione said, "You kept records, and it wasn't a question, which meant she'd worked it out from context, which meant she was faster than most adults he'd met." "Since I could write," Harry said. He looked at her face. "You're doing the thing where you're very upset and you're trying to decide if being very upset is useful right now." Hermione blinked. "That's a surprisingly accurate description of what I'm doing." "I've had a lot of practice reading faces," Harry said. "Don't be upset on my account. I'm fine. I'm better than fine, actually. Pomfrey fixed the shoulder, which has been bothering me since July, and I got a full night's sleep, which," he stopped. "I'm fine." "Harry," Hermione said. "I know." She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, very quietly, "I'm not upset on your account. I'm upset on behalf of the situation. There's a difference." Harry looked at her. The morning light from the hospital wing windows was early gray and soft, and Hermione's face was doing something real and unguarded, and Harry thought again that he was very glad she'd walked into his compartment on the train. "Fair enough," he said. "Have some toast." She took a piece. "What happens now?" "Amelia Bones said she wanted to talk again today. Dumbledore and McGonagall are involved. Flitwick wants to meet." He thought about it. "Something's moving. I'm not sure exactly where yet. Do you need anything?" "I need my trunk," he said. "There are records in the false panel at the bottom. They'll need them as evidence." Hermione looked at him steadily. "I'll get it. Ron's already awake, he gets up early, apparently, old habit from the chickens or something. I'll have him bring it down." Harry almost smiled. Ron gets up early for chickens. He was very earnest about it. "I didn't ask follow-up questions." "Good instinct." She stood up. She looked at him one more time with that focused, particular attention. "For the record," she said, "I think what you did last night was, telling them, I think that was, don't," Harry said, not unkindly. "You don't have to say it. I know what you mean." Hermione nodded. She picked up her book and her bag with the practiced efficiency of someone who is always half prepared to leave. At the door she paused and turned back, and she said, "Flitwick told the class that you were excused from morning lessons until further notice, by the way." Harry raised his eyebrows. Flitwick told the class? He was very casual about it. You know how he gets, all cheerful and light while actually saying something significant. Half the class didn't even register it. She paused. Malfoy registered it. Of course he did, Harry said. He looked, she said, choosing the word carefully, rattled. Harry considered that. Good, he said. Hermione left. Harry drank his tea, which was exactly the right temperature, which was the kind of small thing that registered differently when most small things in your life had historically not been arranged with your comfort in mind. Ron arrived 40 minutes later with Harry's trunk floating behind him, slightly unsteady because Ron's levitation was still in the enthusiastic but imprecise stage. He landed the trunk with a thump that made Madame Pomfrey appear in her office doorway with an expression, and then he grinned at Harry in the way he had, open and uncomplicated and genuine, that Harry had decided in the first week was one of Ron's better qualities. Hermione said you needed the trunk, Ron said, sitting on the end of the bed with the casual ease of someone who treats most spaces like they were made for him to sit in. You all right? Getting there, Harry said. Right, Ron said. Also, look, I don't know exactly what happened yesterday, and you don't have to tell me, but I saw Flitwick's face when he came off the pitch and I've never seen Flitwick look like that before, and I've known him since I was 4 because he came to the Burrow for dinner once and taught me a card trick. He paused. He looked like, I don't know. Like someone told him something that he couldn't unknow. Harry opened the false panel in his trunk. The records were there, a neat, tight roll of parchment wrapped in oilskin because he'd learned early that moisture was the enemy of documentation, and he took them out and held them for a moment. 10 years of careful handwriting. The earliest entries were in the round, large letters of a child who was just learning to write. They got smaller and more precise as the years went on. He'd used whatever paper he could find, whatever ink or pencil, whatever he could steal without it being noticed, and the first entry was dated November 1984 and said, in large careful letters, "Dudley hit me with a stick." It left a mark. I am writing it down so I don't forget. He'd been 4 years old. Those are records, Ron said, because Ron was observant under the casual surface in ways that most people didn't credit him for. Yes, Harry said. Yes. Ron looked at the rolled parchment. He looked at Harry. His face did something that moved through several expressions quickly and settled on the particular combination of quiet fury and helplessness that belongs to a person who is processing something that cannot be retroactively fixed. He didn't say anything. He didn't say "I'm sorry" or "that must have been awful" or any of the things that were probably the obvious response. He just sat there for a moment, and then he said, "Do you want me to come with you today? When you talk to them?" Harry looked at him. "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to," Ron said. "Do you want me to?" "Flitwick's staying," Harry said. "And Amelia Bones will be there. That's enough people." "Okay," Ron said easily. "Then, but if you decide you want someone in the corridor, just, around." "I don't have charms first period anyway," Flitwick said, Ron. "Yeah? Thank you," Harry said. Ron nodded once, with the slight awkwardness of someone who doesn't entirely know how to receive gratitude without deflecting it, and then said, "Right, well, I'm going to breakfast before Fred and George eat everything interesting, but," he stood up. "You know where I am." He left. Harry sat with the roll of parchment in his hands and thought about 4-year-old Harry, who had understood instinctively, before anyone taught him, that evidence mattered. That if you couldn't prove something, it was just your word. And his word, in that house, had never been worth anything. He tucked the parchment under his pillow and waited. Amelia Bones arrived at 9:30. She came with 2 other people, a woman Harry didn't recognize, young and sharp-featured with a ministry badge that said DMLE investigator, see, Proudfoot, and a man who turned out to be a healer from St. Mungo's, a calm and methodical sort who shook Harry's hand and said his name was Healer Grantham and he was here to conduct an independent medical assessment, which Amelia Bones had requested overnight. Dumbledore was not there yet. "He'll join us in about 20 minutes, Amelia said, pulling her chair close to the bed with the same efficient economy of movement Harry had noted the evening before. "I wanted to speak with you first, I wanted to speak with you first." Harry appreciated the honesty of the self-correction. "All right," he said. "How did you sleep?" "Well," Harry said. "Better than expected." "Good." She opened her notebook. "I went over everything you told me last night. I have some follow-up questions, and then I'd like to look at the records you mentioned." He handed her the parchment from under the pillow. She unrolled it carefully, looked at the first entry, and he watched her face, watched the thing that moved through it when she read November 1984, age 4, and she was a professional and her face did almost nothing, but almost nothing was not nothing, and Harry filed it. "We'll need to log these formally," she said. "We'll make copies, you'll keep the originals." "I know," Harry said. She looked at him. "You know a lot about evidence procedure for an 11-year-old. "I read about it," Harry said. "In the Muggle library. After I found out magic was real and I was going to the wizarding world, I thought someone might want to know. Eventually. So I read up on how it worked." The quill scratched. Investigator Proudfoot, standing near the window, looked up from her own notes. "You prepared," Amelia said. "I always prepare," Harry said. She nodded slowly, the nod of someone logging information and moving forward. "Walk me through the summer before you came to Hogwarts. The most recent incidents." Harry walked her through it. He used the same flat, clear voice as the night before, the one that described things without performing them, and he watched Amelia write and watched Healer Grantham make his own quiet notes and watched Proudfoot's expression shift from professional to something more personal and back again 3 times. When he reached the last week of August, the worst week, the week before the Hogwarts letters started arriving and the Dursleys went into a particular kind of frenzy that Harry had learned to anticipate and brace for, Amelia stopped him. "The first letter," she said. When the first Hogwarts letter came, their reaction was panic, Harry said. "My uncle burned it before I could read it. Then more came. Then a lot more came." He paused. "The letters coming made things worse for a while. They saw them as, I don't know, proof that I was connected to something they couldn't control. They don't like things they can't control. And when Hagrid finally arrived and gave you the letter in person, that was fine," Harry said. "Hagrid was very large and very certain, and my uncle backed down from very large and very certain. Is that a general principle you've observed?" Amelia said, and there was a very faint dryness in her voice that Harry recognized as a person who has a sense of humor and keeps it carefully managed in professional settings. "For my uncle specifically," Harry said. "He's not actually brave. He just targets people he thinks won't fight back." Amelia looked at him for a moment with those steady gray eyes. "Right," she said. The door to the hospital wing opened. Dumbledore came in, and with him came McGonagall, and Flitwick came from wherever he'd been waiting, outside, Harry thought, because he heard the door to the corridor close quietly a half-second after Dumbledore's entrance, and suddenly the hospital wing was quite full. Amelia Bones did not stand up when Dumbledore entered. Harry noticed that. Dumbledore noticed it too, in the particular way powerful people notice things that don't match their expectation of a room's hierarchy. He took a chair on the opposite side of Harry's bed without being invited to sit, and Amelia looked at him and said, "Thank you for coming, Albus," in the tone of someone who is conducting a meeting and is perfectly clear about who is conducting it. "Amelia," Dumbledore said. His eyes went to Harry. "How are you feeling, my boy?" "Fine," Harry said. "Better. I'm glad." Dumbledore folded his hands on his knee. He was doing the thing Harry had noticed on the train platform and at the sorting, the careful, deliberate being present quality he had, like a man who has learned to let himself be seen clearly because attempting to be unclear with perceptive people is a waste of everyone's time. I understand Madame Pomfrey was thorough in her treatment. She fixed my shoulder, Harry said. It's been wrong since July. A very small thing happened in Dumbledore's face. Since July, he said. The 14th, Harry said. My cousin. I've got it written down. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I owe you an explanation. You owe me several, Harry said pleasantly. But this probably isn't the right time for most of them. McGonagall made a sound that might have been a cough. Flitwick was looking at the window again with his arms folded and his expression professionally neutral. No, Dumbledore agreed. But I would like to say, the choice to place you with your aunt and uncle was made with what I understood to be the best available protection. The blood wards, I know about the blood wards, Harry said. Dumbledore paused. You do? I found a book about blood-based protective magic in the school library 3 days ago, Harry said. I had a theory about why specifically my aunt's house and I wanted to check it. The book confirmed it. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I understand why you did it. I'd like to talk about whether understanding why makes it acceptable. But, like I said, not right now. The hospital wing was very quiet. Amelia Bones was watching this exchange with the focused attention of a hawk on a fence post. Proudfoot had stopped writing. Healer Grantham was looking at Harry with the particular expression of a medical professional who has adjusted their assessment of a patient mid-consultation. You are not quite what I was expecting, Harry, Dumbledore said. I know, Harry said. Most people say that. Amelia cleared her throat, not rudely, but with the precision of someone reclaiming the floor. Albus. I have some questions that require direct answers. Harry, you're welcome to stay for this, in fact, I'd prefer you do. As the central subject of this investigation, you have a right to be present. Investigation, Dumbledore said, and the word came out evenly, but Harry heard what was beneath it, not resistance, exactly, but the careful positioning of a man deciding how to stand on uncertain ground. That's what it is, Amelia said. An investigation into the welfare of a child who was placed by this school's headmaster with a specific Muggle family, without standard welfare oversight, and who has presented to our department with documented evidence of a decade of physical mistreatment. She set her notebook flat on her knee. I'm not here to prosecute you, Albus. I'm here to understand what happened and make sure it doesn't continue. But I need complete transparency. Dumbledore looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, ask your questions. Were you aware, Amelia said, at any point in the past 10 years, that Harry was being harmed at Privet Drive? Silence. I was aware, Dumbledore said, that the environment was not warm. I received reports from Arabella Figg, Amelia said. Your operative. The squib you placed in the neighborhood as a watch. As a precaution, Dumbledore said. Did her reports mention physical harm? A pause. Very small. Harry counted it. They mentioned, Mrs. Figg described the boy as appearing unhappy and thin. She mentioned the cousin was bullying and that Harry was often left out of family activities. Another pause. She did not specifically describe the level of, she didn't, Harry said, not sharply, just clearly. Because she never came inside the house. She saw what happened outdoors. The indoors was different. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said quietly. I understand that now. Did you ever visit the house yourself? Amelia said. I left Harry there the night of November 1st, 1981, Dumbledore said. I did not visit after that. The room absorbed this. McGonagall turned away from the wall she'd been studying to look at Dumbledore with an expression that was layered and complicated, but the layer on top was unmistakably old and familiar, the expression of someone who had argued against a decision once and had been overruled and had never quite stopped being right about it. "You had concerns at the time," Amelia said to McGonagall. "On the record, Professor." "I had very significant concerns," McGonagall said, clipped and precise. "I observed the Dursley family for the full day of November 1st. I told Albus that they were the worst sort of muggle I had ever met. I told him that leaving a child there was a mistake." She paused. "I was not overruled in so many words. The decision was simply made." "And you didn't escalate further?" McGonagall's jaw tightened. "I should have," she said. "It cost her something." "She said it anyway." Amelia nodded and wrote something. Harry looked at McGonagall and saw what it had cost her to say that, and he stored it, not resentfully, just accurately. He stored everything accurately. "Professor Flitwick," Amelia said. "You were the one who contacted my office. Walk me through your decision process yesterday." Flitwick turned from the window. "I was walking past the flying pitch during Madame Hooch's first-year lesson," he said, in the measured, precise way he had of stating things. "I observed Mr. Potter execute a remarkable piece of flying, instinctive, technically accomplished, and done in service of protecting another student. I also observed that he took a significant physical impact during the landing." He paused. "I have been teaching for 43 years. I have seen students hurt in sport. I know the difference between sport injury and accumulated history." He said those two words carefully, like he'd chosen them overnight. "When I cast the diagnostic, the result was unambiguous. I was obligated to act." "Why the DMLE directly?" Amelia said. "Standard procedure would be to go through the headmaster." "Because the headmaster," Flitwick said, in the same even, pleasant, absolutely unambiguous voice, was the one who placed Harry with the family in question. "I thought it was best to have independent oversight from the beginning." Another silence. Dumbledore absorbed this without visible reaction, which was its own kind of reaction. "Good instinct," Amelia said. "I have them occasionally," Flitwick said. Harry looked at him. Something in his chest did the complicated thing again, the almost relief, the almost terrifying warmth, and he breathed through it. Amelia looked at Healer Grantham, who had completed his independent assessment quietly during the morning. "Healer." Grantham looked at his notes. He was a methodical man and he read them in a methodical way, but even his careful clinician's voice couldn't entirely flatten what the notes contained. 19 distinct contusions at time of examination, he began, ranging from 3 days to approximately 2 months in age. 4 of those consistent with today's broom-related incident. 15 pre-existing. Of the 15 pre-existing, 9 display patterning inconsistent with accidental injury. Previous rib trauma, healed without magical treatment, 2 instances. Previous left wrist fracture, healed without magical treatment, he paused. That one healed incorrectly. There is some permanent misalignment. It would need a specialist to correct at this stage. How old is that injury? Amelia asked. Grantham looked at his notes. Approximately 2 years. The child was 9. The room was very quiet. Harry looked at his left wrist. He'd always known it set slightly wrong, he'd felt it when he gripped things, a faint grinding catch that he'd learned to work around. He hadn't known a specialist could fix it. Can it be fixed? He asked. Yes, Grantham said, looking at him directly and with some warmth. It won't take long. I can arrange it. All right, Harry said. Amelia closed her notebook. She looked around the room, at Dumbledore, at McGonagall, at Flitwick, and then at Harry, and she said, "Here is where we are. Mr. Potter's records, combined with Healer Grantham's assessment and Madame Pomfrey's documentation from last night, are sufficient to open a formal investigation. That investigation will focus on the conduct of Vernon and Petunia Dursley, and will also examine," she looked at Dumbledore without flinching, the circumstances under which a child was placed in that home without ongoing welfare monitoring and kept there for 10 years. What does that mean for me? Harry said. Practically. Practically, Amelia said, you will never have to return to Privet Drive. Harry breathed in. He held it for a moment. Full stop, he said. Full stop, she said. We will need to address the question of blood ward protections and whether alternative magical arrangements can be made for your safety. That's a separate discussion involving Dumbledore and my office. But your living situation at that address is finished. Harry breathed out. He hadn't known, until she said it, how much weight he'd still been carrying on that point, the background awareness that Hogwarts was temporary, that every school year ended, that August always came. That the train always went the other direction eventually. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me, she said. This should have happened years ago. The fact that it didn't is something my department is going to have to look at very hard. She said it crisply, without self-pity, in the manner of a person who takes professional accountability seriously. Do you have any questions for me? Harry thought about it. Yes. What happens to Dumbledore? The directness of it landed in the room like a small stone in still water. Amelia looked at him. Dumbledore looked at him. McGonagall looked at the wall. That depends on what our investigation finds, Amelia said. I can't make promises about that. I'm not asking for a promise, Harry said. I'm asking what the range of outcomes looks like. Amelia was quiet for a moment. She was, Harry thought, deciding whether to answer him honestly or to manage the answer, and whichever she chose would tell him something about her. She answered honestly. If we find that Dumbledore was aware of serious harm and failed to act, there are disciplinary mechanisms within the Ministry and the Wisengamot. If we find that his failure was one of oversight rather than deliberate neglect, the outcome is different. The investigation will take time. She paused. I will tell you this, the decision to place you at Privet Drive without formal welfare oversight was at minimum an error in judgment of significant consequence. That will be part of the record regardless of what else we find. Harry nodded. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore met his eyes. I will cooperate fully with Madame Bones's investigation, he said. Whatever the outcome. I know you will, Harry said. He meant it. He understood Dumbledore, he thought, or was beginning to. A man who had been at war, who had lost people, who had learned to think in terms of the larger picture and had perhaps stopped checking whether the smaller picture was on fire. A man who had made a decision about Harry a decade ago with a logic that made sense from a very high altitude and had never come down low enough to see what the ground looked like. He wasn't a villain. He was something almost more complicated, a good man who had made a bad choice and had been too certain, for too long, that his certainty was the same thing as correctness. There will be a formal hearing, Amelia said, addressing the room. I expect we'll schedule it within the month. Harry, you'll be required to attend, but you'll have full representation, I'll ensure that. For now, she looked at him, you're going to go to breakfast, attend your classes, and live your life. My department will handle the investigation. You've done the hard part. The records, Harry said. We'll log them this morning, she said. Proudfoot will handle the chain of custody. You'll get them back. Proudfoot, who had been impressively quiet for the past hour, nodded once and gathered the roll of parchment with careful, deliberate hands. The meeting broke up with the particular organized dispersal of professional people who have a great deal of work to do. Grantham shook Harry's hand again and left a card for the specialist who could correct his wrist. Proudfoot left with the records and a small, serious nod. Amelia Bones stood at the door for a moment and said to Dumbledore, with the precision of someone landing a final point, Albus. The blood wards. I want a full account of how they work and what alternatives exist on my desk by Friday. You'll have it, Dumbledore said. She left. McGonagall was last, except for Flitwick. She stopped at the foot of Harry's bed and looked at him with those sharp, complicated eyes, and she said, "I should have pushed harder in 1981. I want you to know that I know that." "Professor McGonagall," Harry said. "Yes?" "Knowing it now is still something," Harry said. "It's not nothing." She looked at him for a moment, and something in her face shifted, briefly, into something less armored and more human, and then it settled back into its professional shape and she said, "You'll need your class notes from this morning. I'll have them sent up." She paused at the door. "And Mr. Potter, Gryffindor is quite glad to have you." She left. Flitwick stayed. He sat down in the chair with the ease of someone who had been waiting for the room to empty and said, "How are you actually feeling? And I want the honest answer, not the composed one." Harry thought about it. "I'm not sure they're different," he said. Flitwick raised his eyebrows. "I mean, the composed answer is the honest one. I feel like something's been set in motion that I can't stop now, which I knew when I started it, and I think that's right. I feel like Amelia Bones is going to do what she said she'll do. I feel like the hearing is going to be, a lot." He paused. "And I feel like I'm very hungry and Madame Pomfrey's toast was ages ago." Flitwick laughed, a small, genuine, warm sound. "Then you should go to the Great Hall," he said. "It's nearly 11. You'll catch the tail end of breakfast if you're quick." Harry got up. He pulled on his robes. They were folded on the end of the bed in the way of hospital wings that have been doing this for centuries, and he found his shoes and he stood up and he felt entirely normal, which was remarkable. His shoulder was fine. Both his knees were fine. His ribs were fine. He ran through the inventory he'd been running every morning for years and came up with nothing, and the nothing was so unusual that he stood there for a moment just to make sure he wasn't miscounting. 19. Yesterday. Today, 0. "Professor Flitwick," Harry said. "Yes?" "Why charms?" Harry said. "Why did you become a charms professor?" Flitwick looked at him with mild surprise at the change of direction. Then he smiled, a real one, with something personal in it. "I was a dueling champion," he said. "The best duelist I ever faced was a woman who used no combat magic at all. Only charms. She moved things, redirected things, changed the conditions of the fight. She never once threw a curse." He paused. "She won every time. I found that instructive." Harry stood in the doorway of the hospital wing and thought about this. "You learn charms," he said slowly, "and you can change the conditions of any fight." Flitwick pointed at him. "Now go eat something." Harry went. The corridor outside the hospital wing was quiet, classes were in session, the castle in its mid-morning hum of distant voices and footsteps above and below. Harry walked through it with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders relaxed, and he passed a first-year Hufflepuff who did a genuine double-take at the sight of him, Harry Potter, in the corridor, not dead or expelled or whatever the rumor was, and Harry nodded at her and kept walking. The Great Hall was nearly empty. The breakfast things were still out, toast, eggs, porridge, because Hogwarts operated on the understanding that students existed across a wide range of schedules and orientations toward morning, and the food stayed until 10:30. It was 10:47. Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table and put a significant amount of eggs on his plate and ate them without ceremony. He'd been sitting there for about 10 minutes when the doors opened and Draco Malfoy walked in. Malfoy was alone, which was unusual. He was also moving with the slightly stiff posture of someone who has been thinking very hard and has come to a destination rather than a casual location. He went to the Slytherin table, got a glass of water, drank it, and then, entirely deliberately, in the way of someone who has made a decision and is committing to it, turned and looked at Harry across the empty hall. Harry looked back. Malfoy crossed the hall. He stopped on the other side of the Gryffindor table, standing, and he looked at Harry with the calculating expression that Harry had identified in the first week as Malfoy's actual face, not the performance of arrogance, but the real intelligence underneath it, running its assessments. He looked like his father, probably. But he also looked, right now, like a boy who was doing his own arithmetic and wasn't entirely sure he liked where it was coming out. "I didn't throw that remembrall at Longbottom," he said. "I know," Harry said. "You threw it to provoke me into flying." "It worked." Malfoy blinked once. He hadn't expected agreement. "And you're not angry about that?" "Not particularly," Harry said. "You wanted to see what I could do." "I'd have wanted to see what I could do. It was stupid because you didn't control the variables, but the impulse was reasonable." Malfoy stared at him. "You're very strange," he said. "Probably," Harry agreed, eating toast. Malfoy stood there for another moment. He was working through something. Harry could see it, the visible processing, the recalibration. He'd come over here to say something specific and Harry had made it difficult by being agreeable. That happened to people sometimes. "The DMLE were here last night," Malfoy said. He was watching Harry's face carefully when he said it. "Yes," Harry said. "My father will have heard by now. He has people at the ministry." Harry put his toast down and looked at Malfoy properly. He kept his voice easy and level. "Is that a warning, or a threat, or just information?" Malfoy held his gaze. "I don't know yet," he said, with a honesty that was either calculated or genuine and Harry couldn't entirely tell which. "My father has opinions about how things involving you should be handled." "I'm sure he does," Harry said. "Your father's opinions about how things involving me should be handled are not something I'm particularly worried about. He's on the board of governors." "I know. He has influence with the minister." "I know that too," Harry said. "Draco." He said the name deliberately, watched Malfoy process the familiarity of it. "I appreciate you telling me. If you find out anything specific, I'd appreciate that too. And if you're telling me because you want your father's influence on the situation, I'd recommend against it. The DMLE investigation is already in motion and interference with it would make things significantly worse for everyone involved." He picked up his toast again. "That's not a threat either. It's just arithmetic." Malfoy stood at the table for a long moment. He looked at Harry with something that was confused and considering and also, faintly, buried under everything else, something that might have been relief. Like a person who has been expecting a fight and has found instead a conversation. "You're not what I thought," he said. "No," Harry said. "I'm not." Malfoy left. Harry watched him go, the straight-backed walk, slightly less certain at the shoulders than usual, and he thought about what Flitwick had said about the woman who won duels without casting a single curse. About changing the conditions of the fight. He finished his eggs. There was a hearing coming. There was an investigation in motion. Somewhere in a ministry office, Proudfoot was logging 10 years of careful handwriting, and somewhere in Dumbledore's study, the old man was sitting with the weight of a long mistake. And somewhere, in London, or wherever Lucius Malfoy spent his mornings, something was listening to a ministry report about the DMLE's presence at Hogwarts and beginning to think about what to do about it. Harry drank his pumpkin juice and thought, let them. He had done the hard part, Amelia Bones had said. She was right, mostly. But Harry had the distinct and settled sense that the hard part was not entirely behind him, it was ahead of him too, just a different kind. Not the grinding quiet endurance of 10 years in a cupboard under the stairs, but something active and loud and full of people, and that was, genuinely, better. He could work with loud. He could work with people. He stood up, left the great hall, and went to find out what class he was missing. Chapter 3, The Weight of a Name. The thing about Hogwarts was that it had a memory. Not the castle itself, though Harry was beginning to suspect that wasn't entirely untrue either, given the way certain staircases seemed to move specifically when he was already late and a portrait of a sleeping monk had winked at him twice this week. He meant the students. The way news moved through a school of this size was its own kind of magic, faster than owls, more efficient than the flu, and carrying significantly more editorial embellishment at each stage. By Wednesday morning, 2 days after the hospital wing, the story of what had happened had passed through enough hands that it existed in at least 4 distinct versions. Version 1. Harry Potter had been found beaten half to death by Madame Hooch and the DMLE had arrested someone. Who exactly had been arrested varied depending on the teller. Version 2. Harry Potter had done something extraordinary during flying class. The details of this version were actually fairly accurate, which surprised him, and the ministry had come to offer him some kind of special position. Version 3, which appeared to be the Slytherin House edition, Harry Potter had tried to get Draco Malfoy expelled using fabricated evidence and had been thwarted by unspecified forces. Version 4, which Hermione had heard from a 7th-year prefect who'd gotten it from a 5th year who'd been eavesdropping near the hospital wing, the truth, approximately, stripped of the more specific details. Version 4 is spreading faster than the others, Hermione told him on Wednesday at breakfast, with the air of someone who has been conducting a survey and is now presenting results. I've heard it from 3 different people in 3 different houses. By the end of the week, most people will know the broad shape of it. Is that a problem? Ron said, looking up from his porridge. I don't think so, Harry said. I didn't ask anyone to keep it quiet. You're very calm about people knowing your personal history, Hermione said, studying him. I've spent 10 years in a house where everyone knew exactly what I was and treated it as a reason to make things worse, Harry said, spreading butter on his toast with the matter-of-fact ease of someone discussing the weather. People knowing at Hogwarts doesn't feel the same. Hermione looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at her own breakfast, and Harry recognized the expression, the one where she had more to say and was deciding whether the moment was right for it. He'd learned in 2 weeks that Hermione's restraint was not about dishonesty. It was about timing. She took information seriously and therefore took the delivery of it seriously, which was, he thought, actually quite admirable even when it was occasionally maddening. What? He said. I've been thinking about something, she said. Start talking, then. She pulled a folded piece of parchment from her bag, because of course she had already written it down, and of course she had brought the parchment to breakfast, and of course it had subsections, and spread it on the table between them. Ron leaned over to look at it and immediately looked up at Harry with an expression that said, I live with 3 older brothers and I have never seen anything like this. The blood wards, Hermione said. Amelia Bones asked Dumbledore for a full account by Friday. I've been reading about them. She tapped the parchment. The wards are keyed to Lily Potter's blood sacrifice, specifically to the protection she invoked when she chose to die for you. The theory is that as long as you call the place where her blood relatives live home, the protection holds. She paused. The word home is doing a lot of work in this theory. I've read the same, Harry said. Then you've noticed that the literature doesn't actually specify physical residence, Hermione said. It specifies a relationship. A sense of belonging. Which means the assumption that you had to live there, that it had to be your primary residence, is an interpretation, not a magical requirement. Harry looked at her. You're saying the warding logic doesn't actually require me to sleep there. I'm saying it might not. I'm saying the question of whether Dumbledore's interpretation was the only valid interpretation of the magic is worth asking, and I think Amelia Bones would want to know it. She sat back. There might have been other options. There might always have been other options. Ron was looking between them with the slightly unsettled expression of someone watching a Quidditch match where both players are on the same team. So Dumbledore might have had more choices than he let on. Or he might have genuinely believed he didn't, Harry said. Which is its own kind of problem but a different one. He looked at Hermione. Can you write up what you found? Properly, with citations? Something I can give to Amelia Bones. Already started, Hermione said, and pulled out a second piece of parchment. Ron stared at it. When did you? It's 7 in the morning. I got up at 5, she said. Why? She looked at him with the particular expression of a person who finds the question confusing. Because it was important. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. Something passed between them, a mutual, comfortable understanding that their lives were now going to involve a great deal of Hermione waking up at 5 to do research that was important, and that this was, on balance, something to be deeply grateful for. Double charms was at 9. Harry had been thinking about charms since Flitwick told him about the dueling champion who never threw a curse, and he arrived in the classroom 2 minutes early and sat in the second row, which was where he'd been sitting all week, and he pulled out his wand and his textbook and he waited. Flitwick arrived with his usual small bustle of energy, climbing onto the stack of books he kept behind his desk and surveying the class with that bright, careful gaze that Harry was coming to read more accurately each time he was in its range. On the surface, cheerful professor, warm classroom, first-year charms. Underneath, one of the most accomplished magical duelists of his generation, currently observing the room with the eyes of someone who knows exactly where all the exits are. Wand light today, Flitwick announced, clapping his hands together. Lumos is the first spell most of you will cast, and it is also, I suspect, the first spell most of you will underestimate. That is a tradition I intend to break. He beamed. Mr. Potter. Professor. What do you know about the Lumos charm? Harry said, it produces light from the wand tip. The brightness and duration can be varied by the caster's intent. At advanced levels, it can be weaponized, not as an attack, but as a disruptor. It can be used to blind, to signal, to illuminate hidden magic, or to interfere with certain types of dark enchantments that rely on sustained darkness to function. The classroom was very quiet. Flitwick looked at him with the expression of someone trying not to look too pleased. Quite right, he said. 5 points to Gryffindor, and a question, where did you read that last part? It's not in your textbook. It's in Charms Through the Ages, Volume 3, Harry said. Chapter 11. There's a section on situational casting. Which is a 6th-year text, Flitwick said. The library has a copy, Harry said. The spine was almost intact. I don't think it gets read much. Flitwick made a small sound that was definitely suppressed laughter. No, he said. It doesn't. Right, everyone out with your wands, let's see what we can actually do, shall we? The lesson was, for Harry, deeply satisfying in a way he hadn't expected. He'd been good at the theory, he was good at most theory, the way you got good at anything when you had long stretches of time and a desperate need to be somewhere else in your head, but actually doing it, wand in hand, casting the spell and feeling the way the magic moved through him and came out as something real and visible and useful, was something else entirely. His Lumos came out on the first try. Full brightness. Clean, steady light. He played with the intensity, dimmer, brighter, a quick pulse, while Flitwick was helping Neville, whose wand kept producing a sound like a small sneeze instead of light. Harry got it down to a focused beam, narrow and directed, which was technically several steps ahead of what they were supposed to be doing today, and then he had a thought and tried something, tried to extend it, push it along the desk surface like a wave rather than a beam, and it worked, sort of, skittering across the wood in a bright ripple and making Hermione, sitting next to him, jump and then immediately look fascinated. How did you do that? She whispered. Changed the intent, Harry said. You're not pointing at a target, you're spreading it. The wand movement doesn't change. Just the thought behind it. Hermione turned back to her own wand and worked on it with focused intensity for 30 seconds. Her ripple was more precise than his had been, more controlled, less energetic, like the difference between a wave and a tide. Nice, Harry said. It needs more even distribution on the left side, she said, squinting at it. Granger, Ron said from her other side, with genuine admiration, you're terrifying. I'll take that, she said. From across the room, Parvati was helping Lavender, who had gotten the spell working but kept accidentally extinguishing it every time she laughed at something. Seamus had produced an impressive flash that had temporarily blinded Dean, and Dean was currently being very gracious about it. Neville eventually got his light, small and slightly blue-tinged, and looked at it with the expression of someone who has been handed proof of something they'd stopped believing in. After class, Flitwick kept Harry back for 2 minutes, just 2, standing at the front of the room while the others filed out and Hermione lingered pointedly near the door until Harry gave her a look and she went. "How are you settling back in?" Flitwick said. "Fine," Harry said. "Better than fine. The shoulder's been good." "Good." Flitwick was doing the thing where he was saying something else in the pauses. "The hearing is likely to be in about 3 weeks. Amelia Bones sent word this morning. I wanted you to hear it from me first." Harry nodded. He'd expected it. 3 weeks wasn't much, but 3 weeks was also 3 weeks of being at Hogwarts, which was considerable in his favor. "All right. You'll have representation," Flitwick said. "I've asked to serve as one of your representatives personally. If you're agreeable." Harry looked at him. Flitwick was standing very straight, and his expression was professionally composed, and underneath that expression was the obvious, visible truth that this was not a casual professional offer. This was a person who had counted 19 bruises and written them down in his neat professor's hand and had not slept well since and was asking, in the most formal available language, to stand next to Harry and stay there. "Yes," Harry said. "I'd like that." Flitwick nodded once. "Go to your next class," he said. "And perhaps spend some time this evening with the 6th-year Charms text. Volume 4 has something interesting in Chapter 3. "About what?" "Wandless intensification," Flitwick said pleasantly, and turned back to his desk. Harry went to his next class with the specific brand of curiosity that felt like a warm thing in his chest. The day had its ordinary rhythms, transfiguration, in which McGonagall was crisp and precise and watched Harry with the sharp attention of someone who is trying to recalibrate their understanding of a situation and is doing so by observing rather than asking. Lunch, which was loud and social and comfortable in the easy way of people who are figuring out their friendships in real time. History of Magic, which Harry used to read Chapter 3 of Charms Volume 4 with the textbook open inside. His copy of A History of Magic, which was not particularly honorable but Binns genuinely did not notice because Binns existed in a state of relationship with the physical world that was more conceptual than actual. Chapter 3 of Volume 4 was about the relationship between a caster's magical core and the ambient magical field. It argued that at sufficiently high levels of focus, a skilled witch or wizard could push a charm beyond wand range without the wand as mediator, using the wand to initiate but then releasing and sustaining through will alone. It was a theory, the author noted carefully, not taught at Newt level and generally considered advanced even by professional standards. Harry read it twice. He had a feeling about it, the same feeling he'd had about the right pull on the shooting star, the same instinct that said this is obvious, why doesn't everyone do this, and he tucked the feeling away for later and went back to being present in History of Magic, which was ongoing in its absolute indifference to whether anyone was listening. It was during dinner that Neville sat down across from Harry and said, with the careful earnestness of someone who has been thinking about this for several days and has finally decided to say it, "I haven't thanked you." "For what?" Harry said, not looking up from his food. "The flying lesson," Neville said. I could have broken something. Or worse." Harry looked up. "You would have been fine," he said. "The fall wasn't that bad." "Harry," Neville said, with gentle insistence, "the fall was from 15 feet and you intercepted it." "I got near enough," Harry said. "You grabbed on. That was you." "You were in the air before I knew I was falling," Neville said. "I watched you." He paused. "My grandmother's going to hear about it. Professor McGonagall already sent her a letter about what happened. The full thing. About you and the DMLE and everything." He looked at Harry with a complicated expression. "Gran's going to have opinions." "What kind of opinions?" "The someone should have done something about this a long time ago kind," Neville said. "She's on the board of several magical welfare organizations. When she gets the letter, things will," he thought about it. "She'll write to everyone she knows. And she knows a lot of people. Harry considered this. That might actually be useful, he said. Yeah, Neville said, with a small smile that had more confidence in it than his face usually allowed. That's what I thought too. Ron, coming back from the end of the table with 2 extra bread rolls, dropped into his seat and looked between them. What did I miss? Neville's grandmother is about to mobilize, Harry said. Ron's eyebrows went up. He knew Augusta Longbottom by reputation, apparently, because he said, "Oh, that's going to be something." The last time she mobilized she made 3 ministry officials cry. Neville looked quietly proud of this. Good, Harry said. The thing about the next several days was that they were, genuinely, ordinary. Harry had expected some kind of sustained crisis, the investigation humming in the background, the hearing approaching, Lucius Malfoy presumably doing something about his ministry connections, and all of that was true and real, but it was also not the foreground of his life. The foreground of his life was classes, and meals, and the very specific kind of friendship that develops when 3 people discover they are all, in different ways, slightly outside the norm of their peer group and find this comfortable rather than isolating. Hermione's idea of fun was research with increasingly specific parameters. Harry's idea of fun was practicing things far beyond his year level and trying to understand why they worked, not just that they worked. Ron's idea of fun was chess, and Ron at chess was something you had to see to believe. He played with a physical confidence and a strategic cruelty that seemed entirely inconsistent with his usual easygoing effect, and the first time Harry played him he lost in 11 moves and spent about 10 minutes genuinely impressed. You calculated 3 moves ahead, Harry said, examining the board. 8, Ron said. 8, Harry repeated. Chess is just arithmetic with consequences, Ron said, which sounded like something he'd said before, possibly often. My dad taught me. He says the best thing about wizard chess is that it's honest. If you're bad, everything breaks. Harry looked at the shattered remnants of his knight, which had taken the loss with magnificent drama. Fair enough. Rematch? Obviously, Harry said. He lost the second one too, but in 18 moves, which felt like progress. It was Friday afternoon, nearly a week after the flying lesson, with the weekend opening up ahead of them and the first charms homework due on Monday, when the thing with Marcus Flint happened. Harry hadn't been looking for trouble. He had, in fact, been actively walking away from the possibility of trouble, which was why he was taking the back corridor behind the charms classroom toward the library rather than the main staircase, because the main staircase on Friday afternoons had a specific concentration of older students and noise that he was not in the mood for. Neville was with him. They'd fallen into the habit of walking to the library together on Friday afternoons, Neville to work on herbology notes and Harry to read things Flitwick had pointed him toward, and they were having a conversation about Neville's plant collection at home when 3 Slytherins came around the corner from the opposite direction. Marcus Flint was a 3rd year, big in the way of someone who had hit a growth spurt 2 years before his peers and had decided this was a personal achievement. He had 2 friends with him whose names Harry didn't know yet and whose primary role appeared to be laughing at things Flint said. Flint stopped when he saw Harry, and something moved in his expression, the specific calculation of someone who has decided that a situation is an opportunity. Potter, he said. Flint, Harry said, because he'd learned names quickly and Flint had been pointed out to him as someone to be aware of. Heard you've been crying to the ministry about your home life, Flint said, and there was a particular satisfaction in the way he said it, the satisfaction of someone who has been saving up a line. Must be embarrassing. Famous Harry Potter, can't handle a bit of family discipline. Neville went very still beside Harry. Harry looked at Flint with the flat, level look he'd developed over years of dealing with Dudley and Dudley's friends, who were fundamentally the same creature as Flint in different clothes, bigger than their peers, armed with just enough social capital to feel safe, calibrated specifically to find the thing that would make you react. He'd learned very young that the reaction was the point. The reaction was what they were there for. Marcus, Harry said pleasantly. What? Flint said, already slightly wrong-footed by the pleasant. You've got bad information, Harry said. I didn't cry to anyone. I told the truth to qualified officials, who then conducted themselves professionally. There's a difference. Also, he paused. I'm going to assume whoever told you that wanted you to say something stupid to me, because the investigation is ongoing and anything that looks like harassment of the primary witness would be of significant interest to Amelia Bones. So either you knew that and said it anyway, which makes you bold but not clever, or you didn't know that and someone used you. I'd think about which one. Flint stared at him. His friends exchanged a glance. Did you just call me stupid? Flint said. I said not clever, Harry said. There's a difference there too. Are we done? Flint took a step forward. He was significantly bigger than an 11-year-old, and he used the height in the particular way of someone who has found it useful before, leaning it forward, letting the proximity do its work. Harry looked up at him without moving. His hands were loose at his sides. He was aware of exactly where his wand was, right sleeve, slight forward angle, accessible in under a second, and he was also aware that he wasn't going to need it, because Flint wasn't actually going to do anything. This was the part where the big one stepped forward and waited for the small one to step back, and when the small one didn't step back the equation broke and the big one had to make a real decision, and real decisions were harder than intimidation. Flint stayed where he was. The year isn't over, he said, which was the line people used when they couldn't think of anything better. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. I'll see you around, Marcus. He walked forward, past Flint, because the only direction that made sense was forward. Neville fell into step beside him, and there were a few seconds where Harry could feel Flint deciding whether to do something about this, and then those seconds passed and they were around the corner and into the next corridor. Neville let out a slow breath. That was, he said. That was straightforward, Harry said. He's a third year, Neville said. He's twice your size. He's also someone who wanted me to be scared, Harry said. Once that doesn't work, the rest of it is pretty limited. Neville walked quietly for a moment. Then, how do you do that? Just, not be scared. Harry thought about it honestly. I'm scared of things, he said. I'm scared of specific things. People who want to be intimidating are just, they're doing a performance. I've seen the same performance from smaller people with worse aims. It stops being new after a while. They reached the library. Madame Pants looked up at them from behind the desk with the focused, preemptive suspicion she applied to all students, and they went to their usual table by the window and spread their things out. Harry was 30 pages into Flitwick's recommended chapter when Hermione arrived, slightly out of breath, sat down across from him, and said, "Something's happened." He looked up. She had the specific brightness of someone carrying urgent information, but the steadiness underneath it meant it wasn't bad urgent. It was significant urgent. "Tell me," he said. "Lucius Malfoy sent a letter to the Board of Governors this morning," she said, pulling the information out in her precise, organized way. "I heard from Lavender, who heard from a 7th-year prefect, who overheard McGonagall and Dumbledore in the corridor. Malfoy's letter argues that the DMLE investigation constitutes inappropriate ministry interference in Hogwarts affairs and he's pushing for it to be halted pending a governor's review." Harry set his book down. He wants to pause the investigation. He wants to pause it long enough to appoint a different investigator, Hermione said. Someone more, amenable to a particular outcome, would be my guess. Neville had looked up from his herbology notes. Can he do that? Can the board actually override the DMLE? Technically the Board of Governors oversees Hogwarts as an institution, Hermione said. But the DMLE investigation isn't about Hogwarts, it's about what happened at a private residence. So the board's jurisdiction it's murky. It could be challenged, and the challenge could buy time even if it ultimately fails. Harry looked at the table. He thought about Malfoy in the Great Hall, Draco, not Lucius, with that expression of someone running their own arithmetic. He thought about what Draco had said, "My father has people at the ministry." He thought about the careful way Draco had delivered it, not triumphant, not exactly. More like a person issuing a warning to someone they've decided they might, under specific circumstances, not want to have as an enemy. "He won't succeed," Harry said. "You sound very confident," Hermione said. "Because Amelia Bones has my records," Harry said. 10 years of documented incidents, independently verified by Healer Grantham, supported by Madame Pomfrey's examination. Lucius Malfoy can introduce procedural obstacles. He can't make the evidence stop existing. Harry looked at Hermione. "But we should tell Flitwick. Today." "Agreed," she said immediately. "And Amelia Bones needs to know that Malfoy is moving," he said. "She probably already does, but she needs to know that we know," Hermione said, following his logic. "So she understands the information has spread beyond official channels and she should move faster." "Exactly," Harry said. Ron appeared from around the end of a bookshelf with a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages under his arm and the look of someone who has walked into a situation with significantly higher energy than anticipated. He looked at the three of them. "Is this a meeting?" he said. "This feels like a meeting." "Sit down, Ron," Harry said. Ron sat down and dropped his book. "What's happening?" Harry told him. Ron listened with his elbows on the table and his chin in his hands, and when Harry finished Ron said, "Right. So Malfoy's dad is trying to pull strings." "Yes." "Classic," Ron said, with the specific bitterness of someone who has watched this play work for years. "He did the same thing when Dad's department proposed the Muggle Artifact Registry. Suddenly there were 14 procedural objections and 4 emergency committee reviews and the whole thing got delayed 2 years." He paused. "He doesn't care about the outcome, really. He cares about the delay. Make it take long enough and people lose interest." "People might," Harry said. "Amelia Bones won't." "No," Ron agreed. "But Malfoy's betting that Bones will be pressured from above. If he gets Fudge involved, can he?" Hermione said. "Fudge does what powerful people tell him to," Ron said flatly. "Dad says that all the time. He's not corrupt exactly, he knows which way the wind is blowing and he adjusts accordingly." Harry thought about this. The hearing was in 3 weeks. 3 weeks, with Malfoy introducing delays and Fudge potentially adjustable. He thought about Neville saying Gran's going to write to everyone she knows. He thought about Amelia Bones closing her notebook with a click that had the finality of a decision already made. He thought about Flitwick standing at the window of the hospital wing with his arms folded, saying I was obligated to act. The thing about chess, and Harry had spent a significant amount of time this week thinking about chess, because Ron had restructured some of his understanding of how situations worked. The thing about chess was that the pieces that looked smallest were often the most mobile. The pawns were everywhere. They went forward. They couldn't go back, but they didn't need to. "We need to write to Amelia Bones today," Harry said. "Hermione, can you draft something? Everything you know about the Board of Governors letter, timeline, what you know about Fudge's general reliability." "Give me an hour," Hermione said, already pulling parchment from her bag. "Ron, is there anything your dad knows about Malfoy's specific ministry contacts? People who might be pressured?" Ron thought about it. "Dad's at the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He talks to people in DMLE sometimes, actually, they overlap on certain cases. I can write home and ask." "Today," Harry said. "Today," Ron agreed, pulling out his own parchment with the easy competence of someone whose family wrote letters the way other people breathed. Harry looked at him. Neville looked back, and there was something different in his face, something quieter than usual but also, underneath that quiet, something stronger. Like a plant in poor soil that had just been moved somewhere with better light and was deciding what to do with the change. "Neville," Harry said, "do you think Augusta Longbottom would be willing to write directly to Amelia Bones?" "She might already have," Neville said. And, he stopped. Started again. Gran was friends with Amelia Bones for about 20 years. They fell out over something I don't know the details of. But Gran always says that Amelia Bones is the most honest person in the ministry, which for Gran is the highest possible compliment. He paused. I could write and ask her specifically. Do that, Harry said. Neville pulled out his parchment. The four of them sat in the library on a Friday afternoon writing letters, and Madame Pants came by twice to check that they weren't doing anything disruptive and seemed almost disappointed each time that they were just writing, and outside the high windows the autumn light was going gold and warm. Harry, finishing his own short letter to Amelia Bones, I understand there may be procedural challenges developing, I wanted you to know I'm aware of them, and that my position hasn't changed, sat back and looked at the three people across from him. Hermione writing with the focused intensity of someone composing a legal brief. Ron composing a letter to his father with the practiced ease of someone who had been writing family letters since he could hold a quill, probably including a margin note that said "Tell Mom I'm eating fine." Neville writing to his grandmother with a particular careful quality to his handwriting, like someone leaving a mark they want to be taken seriously. He thought about a week ago. The flying lesson, the broom, Madame Hooch, the fall. Flitwick counting. The hospital wing. Amelia Bones with her notebook and her even, grey eyes. He thought about arriving at King's Cross 9 days before that with his trunk and his owl and a rolled piece of oilskin parchment in the false bottom, and the quiet, settled decision he'd made somewhere between the barrier and the train, which was, this is the world now, and I am going to inhabit it fully, and I am not going to spend any more of my time managing myself into something smaller than I am. He'd expected it to be harder. He'd expected the world to push back against the decision more forcefully. But here was the thing he was only just beginning to properly understand, the world wasn't actually set against him. The world was mostly just moving, carrying its own momentum, and what he'd thought was opposition was more often just inertia. Things that had been this way for a long time, sitting where they'd been put, not malicious exactly but not actively helpful either. Things that, when you applied direct and specific pressure, turned out to be a great deal more movable than they'd appeared. Lucius Malfoy was not inertia. Lucius Malfoy was something more deliberate and therefore more interesting, and would require more direct handling, and Harry was honest enough with himself to know that he didn't yet know all the shapes of that. But he was also honest enough with himself to know that Malfoy's opening move, a letter to a board of governors, a move designed for delay rather than confrontation, was not the move of someone with complete confidence in their position. It was the move of someone who had looked at the situation and decided that the best available option was to slow it down rather than stop it. That told you something. Harry stored it. He was sealing his letter when the library door opened and Draco Malfoy came in. He was alone again. He was doing that thing, the slightly stiff posture, the deliberate destination, that Harry had begun to recognize as Draco's tell for "I've made a decision I'm not entirely sure about." He scanned the room, found Harry's table, and came over. He stopped on the other side and looked at the four of them. His eyes moved over Hermione's parchment. He was quick, Harry noted, quick enough to read upside down. The relevant words were Board of Governors and Malfoy, and there they both were, and then he looked at Harry. "My father sent the letter this morning," Draco said, without preamble. "I know," Harry said. "I didn't tell him to." "I didn't think you did," Harry said. Draco looked at him with that calculating, considering expression. He was, Harry thought, genuinely trying to work out how much honesty was in his own interest here, and the fact that he was asking the question at all was more interesting than whatever answer he landed on. "My father told me last night that he was going to, that he was handling the situation," Draco said. "I told him I thought it was a mistake." "He didn't agree." A pause. "He rarely does." Neville was watching Malfoy with something more complicated than the straightforward wariness most people brought to the interaction. Ron had the expression of someone holding themselves carefully neutral and doing it by conscious choice rather than indifference. "Why are you telling us?" Hermione said. Her voice was not unfriendly, but it was precise. She was a person who liked her information sourced and her motives understood. Draco looked at her. Then back at Harry. Because if the investigation is going to move forward regardless, he said, I'd rather my family's involvement in trying to stop it be on record as limited. He paused. I'm not saying my father was wrong to want to protect the family. I'm saying his method is going to make things worse and I know it and he doesn't see it yet. That's a fairly sophisticated thing to tell us, Harry said. I'm a fairly sophisticated person, Draco said, with a flash of the old arrogance, but it was smaller than usual. More habitual than genuine. Sit down, Harry said. Draco blinked. What? Sit down, Harry said again. If you're going to be honest properly. That means you stay and you hear what we're doing and you decide what you actually want to do about it. Draco stood at the table for a moment with the expression of someone who has arrived at an intersection they hadn't planned for. Harry watched him make the calculation, what the cost of sitting was, what the cost of not sitting was, which version of himself he was willing to try on in this specific room. It wasn't a fast calculation. It wasn't an easy one. Draco pulled out a chair and sat down. Ron stared. Neville blinked twice. Hermione looked at Harry with an expression that contained a question, and Harry gave her the smallest of nods. Yes, this is deliberate, yes, I think it's the right call, and she looked at Malfoy with the focused, assessing attention she brought to complex problems. The Board of Governors letter, she said to Draco. What was the specific procedural argument? Draco looked at her. He decided something. Jurisdictional, he said. The argument is that because the investigation arose from something discovered on Hogwarts grounds, it falls under the school's purview. It's rubbish, legally, the DMLE's remit is clear, but it could generate delays of 2 to 4 weeks if the governors vote to take it up. How many governors are sympathetic to your father? Hermione asked. Enough, Draco said. For delays. Not for a full stop. That's what we thought, Hermione said, and started writing. Draco watched her. His expression was doing something Harry couldn't entirely read, but part of it was, undeniably, the expression of someone who had expected to be the most intelligent person in a given room and has walked into a room that is politely but definitively not arranging itself around that expectation. Your grandmother is Augusta Longbottom, Draco said, looking at Neville, apparently because he needed to say something and this was what was in his head. Neville looked back at him. Yes, he said. She's going to make my father's life difficult. Probably, Neville said, and the small, quiet confidence in it was visible enough that Draco absorbed it and recalibrated and said nothing else. It was almost dinner by the time they finished. The letters were sealed and Hermione had a full draft, 2.5 feet of dense, well-cited parchment that she was going to send with Harry's owl tonight because Hedwig was conspicuously reliable and also white enough to be visually distinctive, which Hermione felt was subconsciously persuasive to recipients, a logic Harry found slightly unhinged and also probably correct. Draco left before they packed up, without ceremony. He stood up, said, I'll let you know if I hear anything further, to Harry specifically, and walked out of the library with the straight-backed pace of someone who has done something they consider significant and is choosing to feel neutral about it. Ron watched him go. That was the strangest thing I've ever seen, he said. And I grew up with Fred and George. He's making a decision about who he wants to be, Harry said, packing his books. He's not there yet. But he's asking the question. You can tell that from one conversation? Ron said. 2 conversations, Harry said. Plus the one in the Great Hall Monday. You're a bit frightening, you know, Ron said, not unkindly. People keep saying that, Harry said. Maybe take the note, Hermione suggested, tucking Healer Grantham's card, which had been sitting in Harry's pocket for days, for the wrist specialist, into the front pocket of his bag with the brisk efficiency of someone tidying up loose ends. You should make that appointment, by the way. The wrist. I know, Harry said. This week, she said. Hermione. This week, she said again, without any particular emphasis, and shouldered her bag and walked toward dinner like someone who considers the matter settled, which it was. Harry looked at Neville, who shrugged in the way of someone who had arrived at the understanding that Hermione was almost always right and had decided to simply work with that as a base assumption. Harry looked at Ron, who was already moving toward the door. This week, Harry said, to no one in particular. He followed his friends to dinner, and the castle moved around them with its familiar sound and warmth, and the hearing was 3 weeks out, and Malfoy's letter was in motion, and somewhere in the ministry Amelia Bones was almost certainly already aware of all of it and already 3 moves ahead, and the horizon was complicated and loud and full of things still coming. Harry thought, sitting down to dinner with the smell of roast chicken and the sound of 300 students talking all at once, I can work with this. He picked up his fork. He could absolutely work with this. Chapter 4, Threads. The wrist appointment was on Tuesday. Healer Grantham had a colleague, a specialist named Healer Voss, compact and efficient and with the energy of someone who had been doing a specific thing for a very long time and found it genuinely interesting, who came to the Hogwarts hospital wing rather than making Harry go to St. Mungo's, which was Flitwick's arrangement and which Harry appreciated more than he said out loud. Voss looked at the wrist for about 40 seconds, made a sound of professional displeasure aimed at no one specific, and fixed it in 6 minutes with 3 precise spells and a 4th that felt like cold water running through bone. Flex it, Voss said. Harry flexed it. No grinding catch. No slight resistance on the right side of the grip. Just his hand, working correctly, which it hadn't done in 2 years. That's it? Harry said. That's it, Voss said, packing his case. Come back if it aches in the cold. Sometimes there's residual sensitivity with incorrectly healed fractures. Usually resolves in a few weeks. He paused at the door. How old were you? 9, Harry said. Voss looked at him for a moment. Not with pity, more with the specific expression of a medical professional filing something under unacceptable and choosing not to perform the emotion of it because performance wasn't useful. Right, he said. Take care of it. He left. Madame Pomfrey, who had been present throughout in the manner of someone ensuring her domain was respected, handed Harry a small vial of something pale gold and said, twice a day for a week. It's a strengthening solution. Don't skip doses. Harry pocketed it. He opened and closed his hand 3 more times on the way back to the corridor, just to feel it working right, and then he went to Transfiguration. McGonagall was transforming matchsticks into needles, which should have been simple and was instead revealing the enormous variety of ways a person could be wrong about a matchstick. Several of Harry's classmates were producing things that were needle-shaped but made of wood, or metal-colored but still fundamentally match-like in their structural philosophy, or in one memorable case from Seamus, something that was neither and slightly on fire. Harry produced a needle on the 2nd try. On the 3rd try he produced a needle and tried, quietly, to do what he'd been thinking about since Flitwick's chapter on wandless intensification, tried to hold the transformation a half-second beyond the wand motion, sustaining it through intent rather than through active casting, to see if the principle transferred across disciplines. The needle held. More than held, it became slightly more needle-like. More precise. The eye of it sharpened. Harry looked at it. Interesting. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said from 2 rows back, with the tone of someone who has noticed something and is deciding what to do about it. Harry looked up. Professor. She walked to his desk and looked at the needle. She picked it up, held it to the light, turned it. Wandless sustain, she said, not a question. I was trying something from a charms text, Harry said. I thought it might transfer. McGonagall set the needle down. Her expression was doing several things at once, academic interest, professional evaluation, and something underneath both that was the complicated warmth of a person who had been recalibrating their understanding of someone for 2 weeks and was now accepting the recalibration as complete. It does transfer, she said. It's a 7th-year concept. I know, Harry said. Don't do it during the assessment, she said, which was the most McGonagall possible way of saying this is extraordinary and I'm not going to make a scene about it in the middle of class. Wouldn't dream of it, Harry said. She looked at him for one more second. Then, carry on, and she moved back up the row. Hermione, sitting beside him, had been watching this exchange with the intensity of a naturalist observing rare behavior in the field. She leaned over and said, very quietly, "Show me that later." "Library," Harry said. 4 o'clock. "Obviously," she said, and went back to her matchstick with renewed determination. The thing that happened on Wednesday was not something any of them had predicted, which was the point of it. If they'd predicted it, whoever had arranged it would have arranged something else instead. It arrived the way the most significant things tended to arrive, which was quietly, in the middle of something ordinary, with no particular announcement. Harry was in the library after dinner. Not at the usual table. Hermione had claimed it for a study session involving herself, Ron, Neville, and a Ravenclaw named Terry Boot who had wandered into orbit around their group sometime in the second week and seemed to be staying, which Harry didn't mind because Terry had a genuinely good analytical mind and the kind of social ease that made him useful in conversations where someone needed to be warm and Harry was busy being direct. Harry was in the restricted section's antechamber, not the restricted section itself, which required a teacher's note, but the corridor of advanced texts that sat in front of it and contained things that were merely challenging rather than dangerous. He'd found a book on the history of magical contract law 3 days ago that contained, buried in Chapter 9, a detailed account of how protective blood magic had been interpreted across different cases and jurisdictions in the last 2 centuries. He'd been working through it steadily. He was 40 pages in when someone sat down at the other end of his table. Not a student. A ministry official, Harry could tell from the robes, the same deep burgundy with gold trim as Amelia Bones wore, but this was a man he hadn't seen before. Mid-40s, brown hair going grey at the temples, a pleasant unremarkable face of the kind that tended to be more unremarkable than it appeared. He set a leather satchel on the table and opened it and pulled out a sheaf of parchment and began to read, and he did all of this with the ease of someone who belonged there. Harry watched him for 5 seconds. Then he said, "You're not a student or a teacher." The man looked up. His eyes were sharp behind the pleasant face, sharper than the face suggested, which confirmed Harry's initial impression. "No," he said. "I'm not." "Your ministry." "Yes." "DMLE?" The man smiled, small, professional. "My name is Marcus Rowe. I'm an investigator, 2nd tier. Amelia Bones assigned me to review some materials at the school." He paused. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes," Harry said. "I wasn't expecting to run into you in here," Rowe said. "I wasn't expecting to run into you either," Harry said. "What materials are you reviewing?" Rowe looked at him. He was doing the recalibration that adults did when they encountered Harry's directness, the slight shift as the internal model adjusted. "Records pertaining to Hogwarts governance," he said. "Specifically the circumstances around your placement at Privet Drive and the school's communications with the Dursley household, or lack thereof, over the past 10 years. Harry looked at him properly. "Hogwarts sent communications to the Dursleys?" "Hogwarts is required, under the Magical Children's Welfare Act of 1962, to make annual contact with the primary guardians of any Muggle-raised magical child from the ages of 7 to 11, Rowe said. "To ensure the child is being adequately prepared for entry and is in a suitable environment." A silence. "I was never told about those communications," Harry said. "No," Rowe said. He said it levelly, without drama. "We're looking into that." Harry thought about this. He thought about it quite carefully, and the picture it produced was not a comfortable one, not because it surprised him, but because it was one more piece that fit, one more brick in a structure that was turning out to be larger and more deliberate than he'd allowed himself to fully imagine. He'd known about the blood wards. He'd known about Dumbledore's decision to place him there. He'd known about Mrs. Figg's limited visibility. But this was something else. "The annual welfare contacts," Harry said. What form do they take? Letters, typically. Scheduled home visits in flagged cases. Roe paused. In your case, the record shows letters were sent. Were they like the Hogwarts letters? Harry said. Before first year, I never saw those either. My uncle intercepted them. These would have been sent before you were old enough to be the primary recipient, Roe said. They would have gone to your guardians. We're trying to establish whether they received them, whether they responded, and if so, what those responses said. And if they didn't respond? Then someone in the Hogwarts administrative chain should have escalated, Roe said. That's what the protocol requires. Harry put his book down. He looked at the investigator across from him and thought about 10 years of annual welfare checks that had either been sent into a house where they were ignored and never followed up on, or had not been sent at all, or had been something in between those two options that was probably the most damning of the three. Someone decided not to escalate, Harry said. Roe looked at him for a moment. That's what we're trying to establish. It's not Dumbledore, Harry said. I mean, Dumbledore made choices that I think were wrong. But the annual welfare checks are an administrative function. They wouldn't go through the headmaster. They'd go through the school's administrative office. The deputy headmistress's office. The school secretary. Roe was very still. What makes you say that? I read the Magical Children's Welfare Act yesterday, Harry said. It's in the library. Chapter 4, Administrative Responsibilities. The protocol falls under the deputy head or equivalent designated welfare officer. He paused. That would be Professor McGonagall. Another silence. Mr. Potter, Roe said carefully, I'd like to ask you something, and I want to be clear that you are not required to answer. Ask, Harry said. Do you believe Professor McGonagall was aware of your situation? Harry thought about what McGonagall had said in the hospital wing. I told him that leaving a child there was a mistake. I should have pushed harder. He thought about her face when she'd said it. The specific quality of I should have pushed harder, not I didn't know but I should have pushed harder, which was a different statement with a different shape. I think, Harry said slowly, that she knew something was wrong and she deferred to Dumbledore's judgment about it. And I think she was responsible, under the Act, for the annual welfare contacts, and I think she either sent them and they went unresponded to and she didn't follow up because Dumbledore had told her the situation was handled, or, he stopped. Or? Roe said. Or she sent them and the Dursleys responded. Which would mean the Dursleys told the school something. And the school chose to believe it. He paused. Or accepted it. Which is different. Roe picked up his quill. Do you mind if I note this conversation? Note it, Harry said. And, I'd like to know what you find. About the welfare contacts. Can Amelia Bones include me in that part of the investigation? You'd have to request it formally, Roe said. As the subject of the investigation, you have standing to request updates on findings that directly affect you. Then I'm requesting it, Harry said. I'll put it in writing if that helps. Roe looked at him with the expression Harry was getting familiar with, the recalibration, the slight adjustment, the person behind the professional face updating their model. I'll pass it on, he said. Harry picked up his book again. Roe went back to his parchment. They sat in the antechamber in a companionable silence that was, Harry thought, the specific silence of two people who have just exchanged significant information and are both busy thinking about what it means. After about 10 minutes, Roe said without looking up, How old are you? 11, Harry said. Right, Roe said, and went back to his parchment. Harry found Flitwick before breakfast the next morning. He knocked on the Charms classroom door at 7:45, and Flitwick looked up from whatever he was marking, and Harry came in and sat down in the front row and said, I need to tell you what I found out last night. Flitwick put his quill down. Tell me. Harry told him, Roe in the library, the Magical Children's Welfare Act, the annual contacts, the question of McGonagall's administrative responsibility. He told it in order and without editorializing, the way he always told things, and when he finished Flitwick was very quiet for a moment. The welfare checks, Flitwick said. Annual, Harry said. From age 7. That's 4 years of required contact before I ever boarded the Hogwarts Express. I was not aware of the protocol, Flitwick said, and the way he said it told Harry that he was being scrupulously honest, that this was genuine, that Flitwick had not known, and that the not knowing was something he was now adding to an internal accounting that was already heavy. Charms professors aren't in the administrative chain for welfare functions. You're right that it falls to the deputy head. Is McGonagall going to be all right? Harry said. Flitwick looked at him. You're asking about her welfare. She said she should have pushed harder, Harry said. I believed her. I still believe her. But if the investigation finds something she could have done and didn't, he paused. I don't want to damage people I think are genuinely on my side. I want to understand what actually happened. Those are very different things, Flitwick said. And the fact that you're distinguishing between them is, he stopped. Harry. The investigation will find what it finds. Minerva is a person of integrity. What it finds about her, she will face with that integrity intact. You don't need to protect her from the truth. I know, Harry said. I just wanted to say it. To someone. I'm glad you did, Flitwick said. He picked up his quill again and then set it back down. I'm going to speak to her today. Before Ro does. Not to warn her, she wouldn't want that, but because she deserves to hear that this is coming from someone who knows she'll meet it honestly. Harry nodded. That seems right. Now go to breakfast, Flitwick said. You look like you've been up since 5:30, Harry admitted. Flitwick pointed at the door. He told Hermione and Ron over breakfast, because they were the people he told things to now, which was still slightly strange and mostly very good. Hermione absorbed it in the way she absorbed most information, quickly, completely, and with immediate cross-referencing to everything she already knew, and within about 45 seconds she said, I should have found that act. It's in the library and I've been doing library research for a week, why didn't I find it? You weren't looking for administrative law, Harry said. You were looking for ward theory. I should have been broader, she said, with the specific dissatisfaction of someone whose research methodology has been found imperfect. You can't read everything, Ron said. I can try, Hermione said seriously. That's okay, Ron said, and looked at Harry. The important thing, Harry said, is that the investigation now has a new thread and it goes somewhere real. Ro is good at his job. I watched him work for 20 minutes and he's methodical and he's not impressed by the school's authority in a way that might make him soft-pedal the findings. What does it mean for the hearing? Ron asked. It means the hearing isn't just about the Dursleys and Dumbledore's placement decision, Harry said. It's about a systemic failure. Multiple people over multiple years who had access to a process that could have changed things and didn't use it. He paused. Which is actually more important. Because fixing a single bad decision is one thing. Fixing a broken process is another. Ron looked at him. You're thinking about other kids, he said. Not just you. Harry looked back at him. I'm not the only Muggle-raised child in Britain, he said simply. Ron was quiet for a second. Then he said, no. You're not, and the way he said it was quiet and real and not performing anything. Hermione reached across the table and put her hand over Harry's for a moment, a brief, firm pressure, not lingering, just present, and then went back to her breakfast with the slightly pink-cheeked efficiency of someone who has expressed something and is moving forward. Harry ate his toast. The research in the library that afternoon started with Hermione going after the Magical Children's Welfare Act like she had a personal grievance against it, which in a sense she did, and it evolved within about 90 minutes into something significantly larger than any of them had anticipated. Terry Boot had come, because Terry usually did on Thursday afternoons, and he turned out to be exactly the right person for this particular thread because his mother worked in the Department of Magical Education, and Terry had been listening to administrative process discussions at the dinner table for 11 years and had absorbed a great deal of it by osmosis. He listened to what they'd found, asked 3 precise questions, and then said, "There's a related regulation. The Hogwarts Charter of Obligations, 1912. It's not legislation, it's a contractual document between the school and the ministry. But it reinforces the welfare contact requirements and adds specific escalation procedures." "Where is it?" Hermione said. "Headmaster's office, probably," Terry said. "But it's also in the ministry's Department of Magical Education archives. My mum might know if there are any public copies." "Write to her," Harry said. "Already thinking it," Terry said, pulling out parchment. Neville arrived from herbology 40 minutes later, shaking compost off his hands and looking at the spreading collection of parchment on the table. "What are we doing?" "Building a case," Ron said. "For the hearing?" "For the hearing, and for after the hearing," Hermione said without looking up. "If the welfare contact system has been systematically failing, it's not just Hogwarts. It would apply to every Muggle-raised magical child in Britain. There needs to be a public record of the failure with specific regulatory citations, so that whoever the hearing produces as responsible can't just absorb the ruling and go back to the status quo." Neville sat down. He looked at the parchment and then at Harry. "Gran's reply came this morning," he said. Harry looked up. "And?" Neville pulled a letter from his pocket, thick parchment, dense handwriting, the seal of the Longbottom family on the outside. "She's already written to Amelia Bones. She's also written to 4 other Wisengamot members she knows personally. She's contacted the Magical Children's Welfare Trust, she's on the board, and they're looking at opening their own parallel inquiry." He paused. "And she said," he looked at the letter. "She said tell Mr. Potter that it is long past time and she is glad someone finally made it impossible to look away." The table was quiet for a moment. "She sounds formidable," Harry said. "She once made a fully grown dragon move to the left," Neville said, with complete sincerity. "By looking at it." "Right," Ron said. "So Augusta Longbottom is mobilized. That's actually significant. She and Bones together in the same direction, that's serious Wisengamot weight. It means Fudge is going to have a harder time applying pressure to delay," Hermione said. "Bones can hold her position more easily if the Wisengamot has independent interest in the outcome. Which it will, once the welfare process failures are part of the public record," Harry said. "It's not just my case anymore. It's a question of whether the ministry has been failing its regulatory obligations to Muggle-raised children for decades." Terry looked up from his parchment. "That's a significantly bigger story than one boy's home life." "Yes," Harry said. "The Prophet's going to get hold of this eventually," Terry said. "My mum says they always do." "Do you want them to?" Harry thought about it. It was a real question with a real answer. The Prophet was a newspaper that he already understood had a complicated relationship with both accuracy and neutrality, but it also had an enormous readership and the capacity to create public pressure faster than almost anything else available to them. The question of whether to manage the story or let it find its own shape was not trivial. "I'd rather they have accurate information than inaccurate information," he said. "If it gets out, and you're right, it will, I'd rather it go out with the facts intact." "That means controlling when and how it goes out," Hermione said. "Or at least being ready when it does," Harry said. "Amelia Bones would have a press office," Terry said. "She might already be managing this. DMLE investigations of this scale usually have communications protocols." "I'll ask her in my next letter," Harry said. They worked for another hour. The pile of research on the table grew. Copies of the Welfare Act, notes on the Hogwarts Charter, Terry's notes from memory about the Department of Magical Education's oversight functions, Hermione's analysis of the escalation procedures and where they appeared to have broken down. Ron organized it in a way that made Harry realize again that Ron's strategic intelligence was genuinely underestimated by most people, including possibly Ron himself. He laid the documents out in a sequence that told a story, clear and logical, with the natural instinct of someone who understood how information needed to be arranged rather than just collected. "You should do this for the hearing," Harry said, looking at Ron's layout. Ron looked up. "Do what?" "The presentation of the evidence. This, the order you've put it in, the way it builds. It's clear. It moves. You understand how to make an argument spatially." Ron stared at him. "I was just sorting it." "You were telling a story with documents," Harry said. "That's what evidence presentation is. Keep doing it." Ron looked at the layout. Something adjusted in his expression, the same thing Harry had seen in Neville in the library, the quiet shift of someone realizing their own shape is slightly different from what they'd assumed. He didn't say anything. He just nodded, once, and kept going. It was close to curfew when Flitwick arrived. He came into the library with the particular controlled energy of someone carrying significant information and choosing their moment to deliver it, and he looked at the table full of students and documents and said, "Good. You're all here. I have something to tell you." They looked at him. He sat down at the end of the table, pushed aside a stack of Hermione's notes to do it, which under normal circumstances would have required an apology, but Hermione just moved them without comment because Flitwick's face said this was not a normal circumstances moment, and he folded his hands. "I spoke to Minerva this afternoon," he said. Quiet. "She knew about the welfare contacts," he said. "She sent them. All 4 years, from when you turned 7, Harry. She sent the letters and she received responses." Harry looked at him. "Responses?" "From Petunia Dursley," Flitwick said. "For letters over 4 years, all saying the same thing in substance, that Harry was fine, that he was healthy and cared for, that the family preferred to handle his integration into the magical world without ministry involvement until it was absolutely required." He paused. "Minerva found them troubling. She told Albus. Albus told her that Petunia Dursley's discomfort with the magical world was known and expected, and that the blood ward protections were functioning and Harry was safe. And she accepted that," Harry said. "She accepted it because she trusted him," Flitwick said. "Because she had trusted him for 30 years and had learned that his read of situations was almost always correct. And because the letters were," he paused. "She showed me one. They were Petunia to a letter. Every word of them was exactly what someone would write if they had something to hide and were very afraid of what would happen if anyone looked too closely. That specific quality of overcorrectness. Minerva noticed it. She flagged it to Dumbledore. And Dumbledore weighed it against the blood wards and chose the wards." The table was very quiet. Harry thought about Petunia Dursley, her face, the particular shape of her fear, which he had lived adjacent to for 10 years. She'd been afraid of magic all his life. She'd been afraid of what he was, afraid of what would happen if anyone noticed, afraid of everything that connected to the world she'd been shut out of when her sister had been taken into it and she hadn't. And that fear, that specific, complicated fear, had made her carefully, precisely deceptive in exactly the way Flitwick was describing. She'd told the school what the school needed to hear to leave her alone. "She's a good liar," Harry said, without heat. "Just fact." "Yes," Flitwick said. "And Dumbledore chose to be deceived." He said it carefully. He looked at the letters and he wanted to believe them because believing them made the decision he'd already made more defensible. It's a human thing to do. It's not an acceptable thing for a man in his position to do, but it is a human thing. "What happens to McGonagall?" Hermione asked. "Row will review the correspondence tomorrow," Flitwick said. "Minerva is cooperating fully. She's not doing well, to be honest. She's a person who holds herself to a high standard, and the gap between the standard and what she did is considerable. He looked at Harry. She wants to speak to you. She asked me to ask whether you'd be willing. Harry thought about this. He thought about what it would feel like to be McGonagall, to be a person who had noticed something wrong, who had done the procedurally required thing, who had trusted the wrong person's reassurance and let it close the loop for her. Who had looked away, not because she didn't care but because someone she trusted told her it was all right to look away, and who now had to live with what the looking away had meant. Yes, Harry said. Tell her yes. Flitwick nodded. Tomorrow evening, if that's all right. In her office. Fine, Harry said. Flitwick looked at the table, the documents, the organized layout Ron had constructed, Hermione's analysis, Terry's notes. He looked at it for a long moment, and something moved in his expression that was not easy to read but had warmth in it and also a kind of sadness. You've been busy, he said. We found some things, Harry said. I see that. Flitwick looked at the layout. Ron. Ron looked up, slightly startled at being addressed directly. This is excellent work, Flitwick said simply. The organization. The narrative logic. He pointed at the sequence. This is how a Wizengamot presentation is structured. Did you know that? No, Ron said. Now you do, Flitwick said. I want a clean copy of this, everything organized the way you've arranged it, by Monday morning. I'm sending it to Amelia Bones. Ron stared at him. You want my copy? I want the layout, Flitwick said. It tells the story better than any summary I could write. He stood up. All of you should be heading toward the dormitories. It's almost curfew. Professor, Harry said. Flitwick paused. Lucius Malfoy's letter to the board, has there been any response? Flitwick's expression didn't change, exactly. It adjusted. The board convened an emergency session this afternoon, he said. Albus addressed them. The vote to pause the investigation was defeated 8-4. Harry absorbed this. 8-4. Lucius has 4 reliable votes on the board, Flitwick said. He had expected more. Several of the members he anticipated having received letters from various parties over the past several days. He paused. Augusta Longbottom was personally acquainted with 3 of the swing votes. Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked back with the quietly confident expression he'd been wearing more often lately, like a coat he was discovering fit after all. Gran moves fast, he said. She does, Flitwick agreed, and there was a very particular quality to his pleasantness in that moment, the quality of a small man who has won duels against much larger opponents and knows exactly what it looks like when a well-placed piece changes the entire board. 8-4, and Malfoy's motion is dead. The investigation proceeds on schedule. He tucked his hands behind his back. Curfew in 7 minutes. Good night. He left. The table exhaled. 8-4, Ron said, with satisfaction. He never expected to win the vote, Hermione said, already thinking ahead. He expected to be close enough that Dumbledore would feel the pressure and make some kind of compromise. The size of the defeat sends a different message. It tells him his influence is smaller than he thought, Harry said. Which is information he now has to work with. Terry was looking at the door Flitwick had left through with an expression of undisguised respect. He knew about the vote before he came in, Terry said. He led with McGonagall to give us the significant news and dropped the vote at the end like it was an afterthought. Because the McGonagall development is more important for the hearing, Hermione said. And because he wanted us to understand the full picture before the curfew conversation, Harry said. All the significant pieces in one visit. Efficient. He's brilliant, Terry said. Yes, Harry said. He is. They packed up the table, Hermione with her characteristic precision, Ron folding his layout carefully with the new and particular care of someone who has just been told their work matters, Neville slipping Augusta's letter back into his pocket with a small, private expression that he didn't seem to know was visible. Terry tucked his research notes into his bag and stood up. "Harry," Terry said. "Yeah? I just want to, I know I came into this group fairly recently, and I'm not," he stopped. Started again, more precisely. "If the hearing turns into something bigger. If it goes the direction Hermione's analysis suggests. I'd like to stay involved. If that's all right." Harry looked at him. "It's all right," he said. Terry nodded, satisfied, and left. The walk back to the dormitory was quiet in the way that came after a long and productive evening, a comfortable quiet, full rather than empty, the silence of people who have been thinking hard and are letting their thoughts settle. Ron fell into step beside Harry and said nothing for 2 corridors, which with Ron was itself a statement because Ron usually filled silence with something. Then he said, "My dad wrote back." Harry looked at him. "About Malfoy's ministry contacts?" "Yeah." Ron pulled a letter from his pocket. "Dad says Malfoy has 2 reliable contacts in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement itself. Not senior, one's a 3rd-tier investigator, one's a records clerk. But a records clerk in the DMLE has access to case files. If Malfoy wanted to know what evidence we've submitted, what exact documents are in the record, he could potentially find out." Harry stopped walking. Hermione and Neville, a step ahead, stopped too. "He could know what's in our evidence file," Hermione said. "He might already," Ron said. "If his contact has been checking." Harry thought about the records, his records, the oilskin roll, Proudfoot logging them. He thought about Amelia Bones's chain of custody protocols. He thought about what Malfoy would do with the information if he had it, not destroy it, that was beyond his reach now. But knowing the contents meant knowing what arguments couldn't be countered and what might be questioned on procedural or interpretive grounds. "The welfare contact letters," Harry said. "Petunia's responses to McGonagall. Those would be in the Hogwarts Administrative Archive, not the DMLE case file. If Malfoy's contact is only looking at the DMLE file, he doesn't know about those yet. They become part of the record when Roe reviews them tomorrow," Hermione said. "Which means tomorrow night they're in the file," Harry said. "And if Malfoy's contact is checking, he knows by the weekend," Ron finished. "Amelia Bones needs to know about the contact in her department," Harry said. "Tonight. We can't send Hedwig tonight," Hermione said. "It's curfew in 4 minutes. First thing tomorrow," Harry said. "I'll write it now," Hermione said. "Have it ready to send at dawn." Of course she would. Harry almost smiled. "All right." They started walking again. The castle around them was settling into its nighttime sounds, the distant creak of a staircase rearranging, the murmur of a portrait, the low background hum of a building that was older than most of the things in it and knew considerably more than it said. At the bottom of the Gryffindor stairs, Neville said goodnight and headed up, and Hermione went directly to find Parchment with the focused energy of someone with a task, and Ron stood with Harry for a moment in the familiar comfortable space they'd developed, the space where they didn't need to fill silence with something. "You all right?" Ron said. Harry thought about it honestly. "I've been better," he said. "But I've been a lot worse. And the difference between worse and better is that now things are moving. Moving toward the hearing. Moving toward something that fixes the problem," Harry said. "The hearing is just, it's a formal moment. What matters is what the investigation finds and what the record says after it's over." Ron looked at him. "You know, when I got on the train, I thought this year was going to be, I don't know. School. Lessons. Maybe Quidditch if I made the team. Normal things. Is it not that?" Harry said. Ron laughed, short and genuine. "It's not really that, no." He paused. "I don't mind, for what it's worth. I mean, I mind what happened to you. Genuinely. But I don't mind being part of fixing it. I know, Harry said. Right. Ron headed for the stairs. Get some sleep, Harry. You've been up since 5:32 days in a row. I'll sleep, Harry said. Sure you will, Ron said skeptically, and went up. Harry stood at the bottom of the stairs for a moment. He was thinking about threads. About the way this had started with one thing, a broom and a fall and a small professor with careful eyes, and had become a web of connected things, each one pulling the next. The welfare contacts. The Hogwarts charter. McGonagall's letters. Malfoy's mole in the DMLE. Petunia's careful, fear-made lies. The threads went everywhere, and each one led somewhere real. He thought about Roe in the library, asking how old are you the way he had, with that particular quality of a person absorbing something they hadn't been prepared to absorb. He thought about Flitwick dropping the board vote result at the end like it was small news, because it was, compared to what the records showed. He thought about the hearing, 2 weeks away now. Himself standing there, in front of a room full of wizarding establishment, and saying, again, clearly, with the same flat honest voice, here is what happened, here is the evidence, here is the systemic failure behind the individual failures, here is what needs to change. Not afraid of the room. Not managing himself smaller. Just standing there and saying the true thing, the way he had in the hospital wing, and watching the world decide what to do with it. He went upstairs. He did not sleep immediately. But he slept before midnight, which was progress, and when he did sleep he dreamt about chess, the board, the pieces, the satisfying click of a well-made move landing exactly where it was supposed to land. Chapter 5, The Hearing. The owl arrived on a Thursday. Not Hedwig, a ministry bird, compact and official-looking, with a seal on the letter that was burgundy and gold and had the weight of something that had been decided by people who wore robes to work. It found Harry at breakfast and landed with the specific authority of government correspondence, indifferent to the surrounding noise of 400 students eating. Harry opened it. Mr. Potter, the formal hearing has been scheduled for Saturday the 19th of October at 10 o'clock in the morning, Courtroom 7, Ministry of Magic. You are requested to attend as the primary witness and subject of the investigation. Your designated representative, Professor Filius Flitwick, has been formally registered with the Wisengamot Proceedings Office. A second representative may be registered before Friday at 5 o'clock. Transport will be arranged from Hogwarts at 8:30. Dress formally. Amelia Bones, Head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He read it twice. Then he folded it and put it in his pocket. Is that the hearing date? Hermione said from across the table. She had been watching his face while pretending to read a book, which Harry had identified as one of her habits, the simultaneous tracking of multiple information sources while appearing to focus on one. Saturday, Harry said. Ron put down his spoon. Neville looked up from his porridge. 2 days, Ron said. 2 days, Harry confirmed. The table absorbed this. There was a specific quality to the silence, not fear exactly, but the recalibration that happens when something abstract becomes concrete. The hearing had been a word, a concept, a scheduled future thing. Saturday made it real and near and immediate. Your second representative, Hermione said, because Hermione went straight to the actionable. You need to register someone by tomorrow at 5. I know, Harry said. Who? Ron said. Harry had been thinking about this since Amelia's first mention of representation. He'd thought about it in the measured, thorough way he thought about things that mattered, considering options, weighing what each person brought, what the room would need. Flitwick was already registered, which gave him an advocate who was both personally committed and professionally formidable. His second representative needed to be something complementary. Not just supportive, tactically useful. Professor McGonagall, he said. Hermione looked at him. Ron looked at him. Neville looked at him with the particular expression of someone following the logic and arriving at the same destination from a different direction. After everything with the welfare contacts, Ron started. Because of it, Harry said. She knows what happened. She was inside it. She can speak to it from the inside with full honesty, and that's more valuable than an outside perspective. And she wants to. He paused. She's been carrying this for 2 weeks. She needs somewhere to put it. Ron sat with this for a moment. That's, he said, actually quite smart. Also, Hermione said quietly, McGonagall standing with you rather than against you sends a message to the Wisengamot about the nature of the failure. It wasn't institutional resistance. It was institutional trust misplaced. That's a different story with different implications. Yes, Harry said. She'll say yes, Neville said simply. Harry went to McGonagall's office after breakfast. She was there, she was always there at this hour, working through administrative correspondence with the focused efficiency of someone who refuses to let the weight of larger events collapse the structure of ordinary responsibilities. She looked up when he knocked, and whatever she'd been expecting when she saw him in the doorway, she held very still for a moment and then said, "Come in, Mr. Potter." He came in. He sat in the chair across her desk, old, worn, comfortable in the way of furniture that has held a great many people through a great many conversations, and he looked at her. She looked back. She looked tired. Not professionally tired, not the managed fatigue of a busy teacher, tired in the specific way of someone who has not been sleeping because every time they close their eyes the arithmetic runs again and the answer keeps coming out wrong. "I need a second representative for the hearing," Harry said. "I'd like it to be you." McGonagall was very still. "You need to know something first," Harry said. "I'm not asking because I think it will be easy for you, or because I want to make it less uncomfortable for you with the investigation. I'm asking because you were there, and you were honest about what you did, and I think that honesty is exactly what the hearing needs. From someone inside the system." McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. There was a complicated geography to her expression, the professional composure she wore like armor, and underneath it something that was wrestling with itself. "I failed you," she said. It came out flat and clear, the way McGonagall said things she had decided to say rather than things she was still deliberating about. "I had information that should have prompted action and I deferred when I should have insisted." "Yes," Harry said. "I know. You're not angry," she said. Not a question, an observation with something questioning underneath it. "I'm not angry," Harry said carefully. "I have a shelf, in my head, where I put things that are true and painful and where being angry about them right now isn't useful. The things on the shelf are real. I'm not pretending they're not. But anger isn't the tool I need for the hearing, and it's not the tool I need today." McGonagall looked at him the way people looked at him when they just updated their model again, that slight, visible adjustment. "That is," she said carefully, "a very mature approach for an 11-year-old. "I've had a lot of practice," Harry said. She breathed in. Breathed out. "Yes," she said. "I'll be your representative. I would consider it it would be an honor, Mr. Potter. Under the circumstances, that word feels insufficient. But I mean it." "I know you do," Harry said. He stood up. "I'm going to send your name to Amelia Bones this morning." "I'll send my own letter alongside," McGonagall said. "Formally confirming." Harry nodded. At the door he paused. "Professor." "Yes?" "I read the welfare letters," he said. "Petunia's responses. Roe showed me copies yesterday afternoon." He looked at her steadily. "She's a good liar. You believed a convincing lie from a frightened woman and checked with the most trusted person you knew, and that person told you it was fine. I want you to know that I understand how that happened." McGonagall was very quiet. "I'm not making excuses for it," Harry said. "But I understand it. And that understanding is not on the shelf. He left her office and went to send Hedwig. The 2 days before Saturday had a particular quality, the compressed, heightened feeling of time that knows it's running toward something. Harry moved through them differently than he'd moved through the preceding weeks. Less gathering, less building, that part was done. The case was assembled. The evidence was logged. Rowe had confirmed the welfare correspondence was formally in the record. Amelia Bones's press office had, apparently, already received 4 requests from the Prophet, which Amelia had handled with characteristic precision by releasing a single statement confirming an active investigation and declining to comment further, which in Harry's assessment was exactly right, enough to establish the story was real without giving anyone specific details to misrepresent. What remained was the hearing itself. The room, the questions, the weight of a formal proceeding. He wasn't afraid of it. He was, however, taking it seriously, which felt like the right relationship to have with something that mattered. On Friday afternoon, Flitwick ran him through what to expect. Not a rehearsal, Harry had made clear he didn't want to rehearse, but a structural overview. The composition of the panel, the format of questioning, the protocols around evidence presentation, what happened if someone challenged the evidence on procedural grounds. Flitwick delivered it the way he delivered most information, precisely, without fuss, trusting Harry to absorb it without needing it simplified. The panel is 5, Flitwick said. Amelia Bones chairs, with 4 Wiesengemot members. 2 are people she chose personally. 2 are assigned by rotation. Who are the rotation members? Harry said. We don't know until Saturday morning, Flitwick said. That's standard, it prevents interested parties from lobbying panel members before the hearing. Malfoy won't know either, Harry said. Correct. But if his contact in the DMLE has been watching the file, Amelia rotated 2 investigators off the case 3 days ago and replaced them with people from a regional office, Flitwick said, with the calm satisfaction of someone who has been watching a chess match and saw a particular move coming. She also restructured the case file access protocols. Her press office told me yesterday. Harry looked at him. She moved first. She is very good at her job, Flitwick said. She found the contact, Harry said. She found someone whose access patterns were irregular, Flitwick said carefully. She didn't name them to me. But the access has stopped. Harry filed this. What about Fudge? Flitwick was quiet for a moment. The minister has expressed concern about the scope of the investigation. He sent Amelia a memo suggesting that the hearing focus narrowly on the Dursley household rather than the broader systemic question. And she filed it under correspondence received, Flitwick said. She cited the investigator's charter, which gives the lead investigator full authority over scope in active child welfare cases. He paused. Cornelius Fudge is a man who respects authority. He respects it most when it comes with better documentation than his own. Amelia's documentation is comprehensive. Harry almost smiled. He backed down. He is waiting to see how the hearing goes, Flitwick said. Which is Fudge's preferred position, the middle distance, where he can claim credit or distance himself depending on which way things fall. That's not a good quality in a minister, Harry said. No, Flitwick agreed. But it means he won't actively interfere, which is what we needed. Friday evening, Harry sat in the common room with Ron and Hermione and Neville and did nothing related to the hearing. This was a deliberate choice. He'd made it the day before, the hearing was prepared, the case was as strong as it could be made, and spending Friday evening going over it again would not improve it and would likely do the opposite of improving whatever internal state he needed to bring to the room tomorrow. So instead he played chess with Ron and lost in 14 moves, which was an improvement from 11, and watched Hermione correct a second-year's transfiguration essay with the focused attention of someone who finds tutoring genuinely satisfying, and listened to Neville describe, with growing enthusiasm and specificity, the properties of a plant called Devil's Snare and why its reaction to light was actually fascinating rather than just practically useful, and the fire in the Gryffindor common room was warm and the sounds of the castle moved around them. At 9:30, Harry said goodnight and went to bed. He slept for 6 hours. Not perfectly, but 6 hours was more than enough. He was up at 5:30. Old habit. He dressed carefully. He hadn't owned formal robes before coming to Hogwarts, hadn't owned much of anything that fit properly, but Diagon Alley had been thorough and Madame Malkin had fitted him precisely, and the robes he wore to the ministry were dark, clean, well-fitted. He looked at himself in the dormitory mirror, which, unlike Muggle mirrors, didn't volunteer an opinion but did look attentive, and he thought, this is the right clothes for what today is. Hedwig was in her cage by his bed. She looked at him with those amber eyes that had the quality of a person who understands more than they're letting on, which he'd always thought might actually be true. "I'll be back tonight," he said. She ruffled her feathers and went back to looking sovereign. Flitwick and McGonagall were waiting in the entrance hall at 8:15. They were both formally dressed, McGonagall in deep tartan robes that Harry hadn't seen before but which suited her in the way that things suited people who had found their specific aesthetic and committed to it, and Flitwick in dark blue with silver trim, small and precise and carrying himself with the particular quality Harry had been watching all month, which was the quality of someone who knows exactly what they're capable of and has chosen, today, to make that visible. McGonagall looked at Harry when he came down the stairs. She looked at him the way she'd been looking at him since the hospital wing conversation, with that recalibrated, honest attention that took him in as he actually was rather than as the legend or the child. "Ready?" she said. "Yes," Harry said. The ministry transport was a charmed carriage, not Hogwarts carriages, something more formal, ministry commissioned, with the DMLE seal on the door. It was already waiting in the courtyard with a driver who didn't speak, which Harry found he preferred. The journey took 40 minutes. He sat with Flitwick and McGonagall and looked out the window at the countryside going from autumn gold to the outskirts of London, and no one felt the need to fill the time with words, which was comfortable. The Ministry of Magic was underground, accessed through visitor phone boxes on a quiet Muggle street. Harry stepped into the booth, pressed the sequence, and descended into the atrium, all polished dark wood and golden fountain and the hum of hundreds of people going about the business of magical governance. It was a Friday, not a regular workday for the hearing rooms, and the atrium was quieter than it would be on a weekday, which made the space feel larger. Amelia Bones met them in the atrium. She was in her ministry robes, sharper pressed than usual, and she had Row with her and a woman Harry hadn't met, introduced as Isabel Chant, the DMLE's senior legal counsel, small and spare and with the manner of someone who has read every relevant document twice before anyone else read it once. "Mr. Potter," Amelia said. No warmth exactly, but something steady in it. "How are you this morning?" "Fine," Harry said. "Ready?" She looked at him for a moment. "The panel has been confirmed. The 2 rotation members are Griselda Marchbanks and Tiberius Ogden. Do you know those names?" "Marchbanks runs the Wisengamot Examinations Board," Harry said. "Ogden is a brew magnate who inherited his Wisengamot seat about 8 years ago. He's considered a centrist." He paused. "Neither of them is a Malfoy ally." Amelia looked at Flitwick briefly. Flitwick looked at his hands. She looked back at Harry. "That's correct," she said. "My 2 chosen members are Augustus Vance, retired Auror, 30 years of service, and Helena Cross, who chairs the Wisengamot's Welfare Subcommittee." "Cross is Augusta Longbottom's colleague," Harry said. "They've worked together for years," Amelia confirmed. "I want to be clear that her presence on the panel is due to her expertise on welfare matters, not her personal connections." "I know," Harry said. "I trust your process." Amelia held his gaze for a half-second. "Good," she said. "Let's go through the structure. You'll give an opening statement, no more than 5 minutes, your own words, no preparation required. Then the panel questions you. Then we present the documentary evidence, the records, the diagnostic reports, the welfare correspondence, the Hogwarts administrative records. Then we hear from the other witnesses. Who are the other witnesses? Harry said. Filius Flitwick. Minerva McGonagall. Healer Grantham. Investigator Rowe. She paused. Albus Dumbledore. And the Dursleys? Vernon and Petunia Dursley have been summoned, Amelia said. They are currently in a waiting room in another part of the building. They will be questioned separately, by me and by Rowe, in a closed session this afternoon. Their testimony will be entered into the formal record, but they will not be present during the main hearing. Harry nodded. Good. Harry looked at her steadily. He's going to be in the room. In the observer gallery, she said. He cannot speak or intervene during the proceedings. He is there as a witness only. All right, Harry said. Amelia waited a half-beat, apparently expecting something more. When Harry just looked at her calmly, she nodded once and turned toward the lifts. Courtroom 7. This way. Courtroom 7 was older than Harry had expected. The public areas of the ministry were polished and modern, but this room was stone and candlelight and tiered seating that curved around a central space where a single chair sat on a small raised platform. The chair had a back that was elaborate and slightly menacing in the way of furniture that has been in rooms like this for centuries. Harry looked at it and thought of the hospital bed he'd sat on while Amelia Bones asked him questions, and thought that the chair was a more formal version of the same thing, a place to sit while the truth was extracted, and he sat in it with both feet on the floor and his hands relaxed on the armrests, and he was absolutely fine. The panel filed in. Marchbanks was a small, vigorous woman who looked at everything sharply. Ogden was large and comfortable, with the manner of someone who had learned to be unimpressed by spectacle. Vance was built like a retired orar, which is to say like someone who had once been very physically capable and had shifted that capacity inward. Cross looked at Harry when she sat down with the particular attention of someone who has been reading a file and is now meeting the person in it. Amelia took the central chair of the panel. In the observer gallery above and behind Harry, he heard people settling. He didn't turn to look. He'd noted the positions when he came in. Flitwick and McGonagall were to his left, near the witness area. Dumbledore was in the gallery, he thought, though he hadn't looked directly. And Malfoy, somewhere in the upper tier, which Harry had noted and filed and chosen not to give any attention to, which was a choice that was also a message. This hearing is called to order, Amelia said. It is Saturday the 19th of October. This is a formal Wisengamot hearing into the welfare and circumstances of Harry James Potter, minor, born the 31st of July, 1980. The investigation was initiated by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on the 2nd of October following concerns raised by Professor Filius Flitwick of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She looked at the panel. Mr. Potter will give an opening statement. Mr. Potter. Harry looked at the panel. He didn't stand, sitting felt right, steady and grounded. He took a breath that was not for courage, because courage wasn't what this required. What this required was clarity, and he had always had that. My name is Harry Potter, he said. I'm 11 years old. I've been living at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, since I was 15 months old, placed there by Albus Dumbledore on the 1st of November, 1981. I want to tell you what that meant in practice, not in theory. He told them. He used the same voice he'd used in the hospital wing, flat, clear, chronological. But this time he wasn't just giving Amelia Bones what she needed. This time he was speaking to a room, and so he made different choices, not more emotion, not less, but more shape. He let the facts do what facts did when you arranged them honestly, which was accumulate. Each one small enough to be manageable alone. Together, they built something that couldn't be looked past. He spoke for 4 minutes and 50 seconds. When he finished, the courtroom was very quiet. Griselda Marchbanks was looking at him with an expression that was extremely controlled and had a specific quality that Harry associated with people who were very angry and were very experienced at not performing that anger in professional settings. Ogden was looking at the table with the slight frown of a man recalibrating something fundamental. Vance had his arms folded and his jaw set. Cross had her quill in her hand and had apparently not been writing. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," Amelia said. "Panel, the floor is open." Marchbanks went first. She asked about the school records, about the documented incidents, about the specific period from age 7 when the welfare contacts should have been ongoing. Her questions were precise and followed each other with the logical structure of someone who has done this before and knows exactly which questions dislodge the significant information. Harry answered them precisely. He didn't volunteer more than the question required, but he didn't minimize. He used dates where he had them. Ogden asked about the blood wards. "Were you ever told, by anyone, that the protective magic placed on the house required your actual physical residence there, as opposed to some other form of connection with your guardians?" "No," Harry said. "The first time anyone explained the wards to me was in the hospital wing 2 weeks ago, when Professor Dumbledore addressed the question to Amelia Bones in my presence. And your understanding of the ward literature suggests the residency requirement may have been an interpretation rather than a magical necessity." "That's my reading," Harry said. "And Hermione Granger's reading, she's a first year at Hogwarts, she researched it independently. I'd suggest the panel review her analysis, which has been submitted to Madame Bones." Ogden glanced at Amelia. Amelia nodded. Yes, the document existed, yes, it was in the record. "Granger is 11, Ogden said. "She's also the most thorough researcher I've ever encountered," Harry said. "I'd weigh the work on its merits." Something moved in Ogden's expression that might, in a different context, have been amusement. He made a note and sat back. Cross asked about the welfare contacts. She asked carefully, not interrogating Harry's knowledge but asking about his experience of being in a house where those contacts were being managed as deception. "When Petunia Dursley wrote to Professor McGonagall saying you were fine and well cared for, did you know she was writing?" "No," Harry said. "I didn't know the contact system existed until 2 weeks ago." "And if you had known?" Harry thought about it. "I'd have found a way to say something," he said. "I always found ways to say things, when I thought there was anyone to say them to." He paused. "The problem wasn't that I didn't know what was happening. The problem was that the system was designed so I couldn't reach it, and no one in the system was required to reach me. No one came to the door. No one had a conversation with me directly. The protocol was letters exchanged between adults, and one set of adults could deceive the other and there was no failsafe." Cross wrote this down. She wrote for longer than the other notes she'd taken. Vance asked about the flying lesson, about Flitwick's diagnostic, about the 19 bruises, going through it with the methodical thoroughness of an Auror who wants the physical evidence on the record, spoken by the person it belonged to. Harry walked him through it. When the panel finished with Harry, Amelia called Flitwick. Flitwick walked to the witness stand with the same composed, precise manner he carried into every room, and he gave his account of the flying lesson, the diagnostic, the decision to contact the DMLE directly rather than going through Dumbledore, in a voice that was even and professional and completely without defensiveness. He said, when Vance asked him directly, "I bypassed normal channels because normal channels had already failed this child for 10 years. Introducing another layer of internal process would have been irresponsible." There was a silence after this. The clean, total silence of a statement that doesn't require elaboration. "You had no hesitation?" Marchbanks asked. "None," Flitwick said. "Even given the unusual political dimensions of the case?" "Especially given them," Flitwick said pleasantly. McGonagall followed. She sat in the witness chair and she was the most formally composed Harry had ever seen her, and he had seen her when she was correcting Quidditch strategy, which was saying something, and she spoke about the welfare contacts with the precise, honest voice of someone who has decided that the only available honorable path is the complete truth, regardless of where it points. She described receiving Petunia's letters. She described her concerns, the quality of overcorrectness she'd noticed. She described taking those concerns to Dumbledore, and what Dumbledore had said, and how she'd made the decision to accept his reassurance. She used the word mistake 3 times, unprompted, at specific points where it applied. She did not use it as a general apology or a softening word. She used it as a technical description of a specific failure of judgment, which was somehow more powerful than any amount of general remorse. Cross asked her, would a home visit have resolved the uncertainty? Without question, McGonagall said. Was a home visit within your authority to arrange? Yes. Why didn't you arrange one? A pause. A very small one. Because I was told it wasn't necessary, McGonagall said. And because I chose to believe that. Another silence. In the observer gallery, Harry didn't look up, but he tracked the quality of the room's attention, and it was the attention of people who were finding the geography of the failure becoming clear, not one man's bad decision but a structure of deferred responsibilities and misplaced trust, and a system that allowed the most powerful person in any chain to be the one whose judgment everyone else defaulted to. Healer Grantham was methodical and clinical and devastating in the specific way that medical testimony was devastating, not because he was trying to be, but because the facts of bodies were objective and could not be softened. He read his findings in the same level, professional voice he'd used in the hospital wing, and the courtroom heard them in a silence that had a specific texture. The wrist, healed wrong at age 9. 2 years of incorrect union. The ribs, 2 separate incidents. The pattern of contusions over the full period of the diagnostic's reach, not the history of a clumsy child, not the accumulation of normal childhood injury, but the pattern of a child who had been in a specific kind of proximity to a specific kind of harm on a recurring basis over a long period. Rowe presented the documentary evidence. He was thorough and organized in the way that good investigators were, and the room heard about the records, Harry's records, the oilskin roll, and Rowe described what they contained with the same flat precision Harry had used, and several people in the observer gallery shifted and were still again. Then he presented Petunia's letters to McGonagall. He read one aloud. The language of it was careful and correct and absolutely hollow under examination, each sentence technically true in some narrow reading, each sentence designed to create an impression that was not technically stated, so that there was nothing outright false in it, and the whole of it was a comprehensive lie. The courtroom was very quiet when Rowe finished reading. Then Dumbledore was called. He walked to the witness chair the way he walked everywhere, with the gravity of someone whose presence was itself a kind of statement, whose age and history were visible in every movement. He sat down and he looked at the panel, and then he looked, briefly, at Harry. Harry looked back. He felt nothing complicated about Dumbledore right now. He felt clear. Amelia asked her questions with the same precise, patient methodology she brought to everything, and Dumbledore answered them with the same quality McGonagall had brought, the honest voice, the deliberate acknowledgement. He described placing Harry at Privet Drive. He described the reasoning. He described the blood wards and the interpretation he'd made, and when Marchbanks pressed him on whether he'd investigated alternative interpretations of the ward requirements, he said, with the quietness of someone accepting a specific judgment about their own conduct, I did not adequately investigate the alternatives. I constructed a justification for a decision I had already made. Why? Marchbanks said. Because the decision served my purposes, Dumbledore said. Not only the blood ward protections. Harry near but not entirely inside the magical world, unreachable by those who might seek to use or influence him, in a state of ordinary life, until the time when the magical world required him. He paused. I was thinking about the larger war. The longer game. I failed to think about the specific child in front of me. The specific child who is currently 11 years old, Vance said. Yes, Dumbledore said. And who has been 11 years old for the past 10 years, in the sense that the decisions affecting him were made about an 11-year-old even when he was younger, Vance said, with the careful deliberateness of an orar making sure something specific was in the record. Yes, Dumbledore said. I understand what you're saying. Good, Vance said. Amelia called the final witness, Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy descended from the observer gallery with the immaculate unhurried control of a man who has been preparing for a public stage all his life, and he looked at the room with grey eyes that assessed and catalogued in a way that Harry found, across the courtroom, professionally familiar. He sat in the witness chair as if it had been built for him, which it hadn't. "Mr. Malfoy," Amelia said. "You are here as an observer in your capacity as a Board of Governors member. However, I am calling you to the witness stand to address specific questions regarding your attempts to interfere with this investigation." Something moved in Malfoy's expression. Not fear. Not quite. Something more calculated and more controlled, the slight adjustment of a man who has walked into a room that is not precisely the room he expected. "I submitted a letter to the Board of Governors," he said, before Amelia could ask her first question. "As is my right as a member." "It is," Amelia said. "And the board voted 8-4 to decline your motion. I'm not here to litigate the board's decision." She paused. "I'm here to ask you about a DMLE staff member named Theodore Cripp." Malfoy's expression didn't move. "I'm not familiar with that name. He is a records clerk in the DMLE case management office. His access logs to the case file for this investigation show 17 distinct unauthorized access events over a 9-day period." She set a parchment flat on the panel table. "His Gringotts records, obtained under warrant, show 3 deposits totaling 400 galleons during the same period, from an account registered to a shell company whose beneficial owner is currently the subject of a separate inquiry." The courtroom was completely still. "I have nothing to say about that," Malfoy said. "You don't have to," Amelia said. "It's in the record." She looked at him steadily. "What I do have a direct question about is the nature of your interest in this investigation. You moved to pause it. You apparently arranged for its evidence file to be monitored. Can you tell the panel why?" Malfoy looked at the panel. He looked at Amelia. He looked, briefly, at Harry. Harry looked back at him with the flat, clear gaze he'd given Marcus Flint in the corridor, and it had the same quality, calm, present, entirely unafraid, waiting to see what the calculation produced. "My interest," Malfoy said, with the measured precision of a man choosing every syllable, "is in the integrity of Hogwarts as an institution and the appropriateness of ministry interference therein. I believe the Board of Governors has a legitimate oversight role that was not respected in the initial stages of this investigation." "And the monitoring of the evidence file?" Amelia said. "I have no comment on that matter," Malfoy said. "Noted," Amelia said, and looked at her panel. "I think that's sufficient. Mr. Malfoy, you may return to the gallery." Malfoy stood. He turned toward the gallery stairs. Then he stopped. He looked at Harry. The courtroom was watching. Everyone was watching, the panel, Amelia, Flitwick and McGonagall to Harry's left, the full weight of the room. Harry waited. Malfoy looked at him for 3 seconds. His expression was unreadable in the specific way of a person who is very good at being unreadable, but in it, somewhere, was a calculation completing itself. Something being filed under a category and stored. Then he walked up to the gallery and sat down, and his face was composed and still and told nobody anything. Amelia addressed the panel for her closing summary. She covered the ground efficiently: the documented injuries, the welfare protocol failures, the administrative chain and where it broke down, the specific responsibilities of each person in that chain and how they had met or failed to meet those responsibilities. She was precise about what the evidence showed and what it suggested and what it couldn't prove, and those distinctions were themselves persuasive because they were honest. Then she said, "The committee has a secondary finding to address, which is the systemic question. This case is not the only case in which a Muggle-raised magical child has been placed in a primary residence without adequate ongoing welfare oversight. The Magical Children's Welfare Act and the Hogwarts Charter of Obligations together provide a framework that, as this investigation has shown, can be rendered ineffective by a single trusted person's decision to resolve concerns internally rather than through proper channels. The panel is asked to consider whether the current framework requires amendment to ensure independent oversight that cannot be overridden by institutional authority. Helena Cross said, "I'd like to propose that the panel issue a formal recommendation for legislative review of the Welfare Act's oversight provisions." Seconded, Marchbanks said, "Immediately." The panel conferred briefly. The vote was unanimous. Amelia looked at the courtroom. The panel will retire to deliberate on findings. We expect to reconvene in approximately 45 minutes. Those in the gallery may remain or return after the break. The panel rose. The courtroom exhaled. Flitwick appeared at Harry's shoulder within about 30 seconds. McGonagall was a half-step behind him. They moved to a small antechamber off the main hall, and the door closed, and Flitwick looked at Harry and said, "How are you?" "Good," Harry said. He meant it. McGonagall poured 3 glasses of water from the pitcher on the side table with the precise movements of someone who needs to do something physical to organize themselves. She handed one to Harry and one to Flitwick and kept one herself, and she stood for a moment with the glass in her hand and said, "You were extraordinary in there." "I just told the truth," Harry said. "That's what extraordinary looks like, sometimes," she said. They waited. Harry sat. Flitwick stood near the window. McGonagall sat across from Harry and was quiet in the comfortable way that people who have been through difficult things together sometimes were. After 38 minutes, a clerk knocked and said the panel had reconvened. They went back in. The gallery was full, fuller than before, Harry thought, which meant people had gone out and found others to come back with. News moved. Amelia stood. The panel has reached its findings. Finding 1, Vernon Dursley and Petunia Dursley are found to have subjected Harry James Potter to sustained physical abuse and deliberate neglect during the period from approximately 1983 to the 2nd of October, 1991. The matter is being referred to Muggle law enforcement as well as the Ministry's own enforcement division for consideration of charges. The gallery was very quiet. Finding 2, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, as the adult responsible for placing Harry Potter with the Dursley family and for subsequent assurances provided regarding that placement, is found to have failed in his duty of care. The panel issues a formal censure and directs that Professor Dumbledore's future decisions regarding the welfare of minors in his institutional capacity be subject to independent review by the Wisengamot's Welfare Subcommittee for a period of not less than 3 years. Finding 3, the Hogwarts administrative chain, including but not limited to the deputy headmistress, is found to have failed to adequately follow up on welfare contact responses that indicated potential concern. No criminal finding is made, given the evidence of genuine reliance on reassurances from a trusted superior. However, individual counseling and mandatory welfare training are directed for all relevant staff. Finding 4, the DMLE opens a formal inquiry into the conduct of Theodore Cripp, records clerk, regarding unauthorized access to and potential disclosure of confidential case materials. Associated financial irregularities are referred to the appropriate division. Finding 5, the panel issues a formal recommendation for legislative review of the Magical Children's Welfare Act and the Hogwarts Charter of Obligations, to ensure independent and direct contact oversight mechanisms that cannot be overridden at the institutional level. The Welfare Subcommittee is directed to report to the full Wisengamot within 90 days. Finding 6, Amelia paused, very briefly, in the specific way of someone delivering the most important thing last and making sure the room is ready for it. Harry James Potter is found to require and to be entitled to immediate and permanent alternative living arrangements. He will not return to the Dursley residence. A formal guardianship process will be opened by this office in conjunction with Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, who have both expressed willingness to support this process. This finding takes effect immediately. The courtroom was completely still for 3 full seconds. Then it was not still at all. Harry sat in his chair while the room moved around him, panel members standing, gallery shifting, voices beginning the contained professional version of something that in a different setting would have been louder and less controlled. He sat with both feet on the floor and his hands on the armrests, and he thought about a hospital wing and a diagnostic spell and a small professor with careful eyes who had counted, quietly and thoroughly, the evidence of 10 years. 19 bruises. A formal censure. A legislative review. A guardianship process. A child who would not be sent back. Flitwick put a hand on his shoulder, briefly, lightly, the kind of contact that was simply presence, and said nothing. Harry looked at the ceiling of courtroom 7, which was old stone and high and very still above the noise of the room, and he breathed in. He breathed out. He was not going back. That was the thing. That was the whole of it, and it was enough, more than enough. It was the thing he had not let himself need until this moment, because needing it before it was certain would have been unbearable, and now it was certain and he could need it fully and without reservation, and what he felt was not triumph, nothing so clean as triumph, but something that was quieter and heavier and far more real. He breathed out again. "All right?" Flitwick said. "Yes," Harry said. He looked at the professor beside him, small and precise and still carrying his hand lightly on Harry's shoulder, and he said, "Thank you for counting." Flitwick looked at him. And the pleasant, professional composure he wore in every room did something, shifted, briefly, into something more unguarded and more personal, and he said, "It was the least I could do." "It was the beginning of everything," Harry said. Flitwick was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Yes. I suppose it was." Chapter 6. After the carriage back to Hogwarts was different from the carriage to the ministry. Not in any physical way, same seats, same ministry seal, same driver who didn't speak. But the quality of the silence inside it was entirely different, and Harry spent the first 20 minutes of the journey just sitting with that difference, feeling the shape of it. On the way to London, the silence had been the silence of preparation, 3 people moving towards something, carrying it in front of them. On the way back, it was the silence of aftermath, which was roomier and stranger and full of things that hadn't been processed yet. McGonagall was looking out the window. Flitwick had his hands folded on his knee and his eyes half closed, not sleeping, just resting in the particular way of someone who has been very focused for several hours and is now releasing the focus in a controlled and deliberate manner. Harry looked at his left hand. He flexed it. Still working correctly. He thought about the courtroom, the 5 findings and the 6th, which was the one that mattered most, the one he was going to need to keep returning to until it settled properly into the architecture of what was true. He will not return to the Dursley residence. Present tense. Active. Already done. He thought about Lucius Malfoy in the gallery, descending to the witness stand with his cultivated composure and leaving with it slightly less intact than he'd arrived with. The Crypt matter was in motion now, a separate inquiry, its own momentum. Malfoy hadn't been charged today with anything. He probably wouldn't be, directly. The financial trail would run through enough layers that direct liability would be difficult to establish, and both he and Amelia Bones knew it. But the information was in the public record. It would be in the Prophet by Monday. That was its own consequence, and Malfoy was a man for whom public positioning mattered, which meant a public record of attempted investigation tampering was not nothing. "Professor Flitwick," Harry said. Flitwick opened his eyes. The guardianship process. What does it actually involve?" Flitwick considered. "In the short term, nothing you need to think about today. Amelia's office will open the formal file. The question of who serves as guardian, whether that's a magical relative, a designated individual, or a joint arrangement of some kind, is what the process determines." He paused. "You'll be consulted. Your preference is a significant factor." "It shouldn't be the Dursleys again," Harry said. "Not any relative of that branch." "It will not be," McGonagall said, without turning from the window. Her voice was flat and absolute. "That was settled today." "I know," Harry said. "I'm thinking about who it should be." "You don't have to decide today," Flitwick said. "I know that too," Harry said. But I like thinking about things before I'm asked to decide them. It gives me more room. Flitwick looked at him with the half-smile that was becoming familiar, the one that wasn't performed, that appeared when Harry said something Flitwick hadn't expected and found, apparently, genuinely pleasing. "Yes," he said. "That's a good habit." The carriage moved through the late afternoon. The light had shifted while they were in the ministry. They'd gone in during a bright October morning and the deliberations had run well past noon, and now the sky outside was the particular deep gold of late afternoon in autumn, the kind of light that made ordinary things look significant. Fields. Trees. A river catching the sun. Harry watched it go past. He was thinking about the second thing he needed to think about today, which was Dumbledore. Not the formal censure, that was the Wisengamot's business. He meant Dumbledore the person, the conversation that Harry had said in the hospital wing needed to happen eventually and which now had a different shape given everything the hearing had produced. He was not afraid of the conversation. He was not dreading it. He was, if anything, looking forward to it in the specific way he looked forward to things that were going to be difficult and real and important, which was the way he looked forward to most things worth doing. The castle appeared over the last hill as the carriage rounded a long curve in the road, and Harry saw it the way he always saw it coming back from somewhere else, the towers against the sky, the lights beginning in the windows as the afternoon gave way to evening, the whole enormous patient ancient shape of it sitting on its grounds as if it had always been there and always intended to be. Which, as far as Harry understood, was more or less true. Home, he thought, and the word had a different weight than it had ever had before, because now it was simply true rather than aspirational. Hogwarts was where he lived. It had been where he lived since the 1st of September, but today was the first day it was officially, formally, undeniably true that there was no other place to which he could be returned. The thought settled somewhere in him that had been braced for a long time and was now, carefully, releasing. They arrived to find the entrance hall occupied, not a crowd exactly, but a specific gathering that had the quality of people who had been waiting and were trying to look like they hadn't been waiting. Ron was there, standing near the base of the stairs with his hands in his pockets and the studied casual posture of someone who has been in that exact spot for at least 40 minutes. Hermione was beside him with a book open, which was either genuine reading or very committed camouflage. Neville was sitting on the bottom step with his herbology textbook, which was both more honest and also definitely camouflage. Terry Boot was there too, which Harry noted with quiet pleasure, standing with the group without being entirely of it yet, still working out his place in the specific constellation, but present and choosing to be. When the doors opened and Harry came in with Flitwick and McGonagall behind him, Ron looked up and did the thing Harry had catalogued by now as Ron's most genuine emotional expression, a brief, unguarded relief that lasted about 1 second before it tucked back into a more manageable arrangement, and said, "All right?" "Good," Harry said. "Good as in fine or good as in good?" Ron said. "Both," Harry said. Ron looked at him for a moment, reading the word accurately. His expression settled into something warm and easy. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah," Harry said. Hermione was already assessing him with those focused eyes, cross-referencing his posture and his voice and his face against whatever mental model she'd been running in his absence. "The hearing went well," she said. "Not a question." "The hearing went very well," McGonagall said, and the warmth in her voice, tight and precise and real, made Hermione look at her in surprise, because McGonagall's warmth was usually something you inferred rather than heard directly. "What happened?" Neville said, standing up. "Come to dinner," Harry said. "I'll tell you all of it." They went. The great hall was already half full, a Saturday evening in October, the weekend energy of students who had spent the day at leisure and were now gathered in the comfortable noise of a shared meal. The Gryffindor table received them with the usual ambient attention that Harry moved through now without thinking, the glances, the brief pauses in nearby conversations, the awareness of him that he'd long since stopped trying to manage. He sat down and put food on his plate and told his friends what had happened, in order, clearly. He watched their faces as he told it. Ron, when Harry described the 6 findings, did not say anything for a long moment. Then he said, the legislative review. For all Muggle-raised kids. Yes, Harry said. Ron was quiet again. Harry watched him work through it, the specific arithmetic of someone whose father worked in a department dedicated to the relationship between the magical and Muggle worlds, who had grown up hearing about the gap between how things were supposed to work and how they actually worked, who understood in a concrete way what it meant for a system to fail the people it was supposed to serve. Dad's going to hear about this, Ron said finally. He probably already has, Harry said. He's going to write, Ron said. A lot. To everyone. He paused. Is that all right? With you? If it goes wider than this, if other departments, yes, Harry said. That's the point. It should go wider. Ron nodded slowly. Okay, he said. Good. Hermione had been listening with the full-body attention she brought to significant information, and when Harry finished she said, the guardianship process. What are you thinking? I have some thoughts, Harry said. Not ready to say them yet. She recognized this, the distinction between I haven't decided and I have decided, but I need to sit with it before I say it out loud. Whenever you're ready, she said. Neville had been very quiet through the telling. He was looking at the table with a specific expression Harry had come to understand was Neville's processing face, not absence, but a depth of internal activity that kept the surface quiet. Eventually he looked up and said, Gran sent another letter today. To you or to Amelia Bones? Harry said. Both, Neville said. Mine had a postscript about the welfare subcommittee. She says Helena Cross is going to push for the 90-day review to produce binding legislation rather than recommendations. He paused. She also said, he stopped. Looked at Harry. She said that if you ever wanted to meet her, she would like that. She said the invitation is open. Harry thought about Augusta Longbottom. What he knew of her from Neville and Ron, the woman who made dragons move by looking at them, who had been in combat, who had friends in the Wizengamot and wrote to them all simultaneously, who had fallen out with Amelia Bones and still considered her the most honest person in the ministry. A woman who had spent 30 years watching the wizarding establishment operate with its particular blend of genuine good intent and spectacular blind spots. I'd like that, Harry said. Neville smiled, the small, real, uncomplicated smile that appeared when something aligned with something he'd hoped for. Terry said, my mum sent a reply today too. She wants to write an analysis of the Hogwarts Charter of Obligations for the Department of Magical Education's internal review process. She wants to cite your case with your permission. She has it, Harry said. Terry nodded. He seemed to want to say more and be slightly uncertain about the right form for it. Then he said, simply, I'm glad you're not going back there. Me too, Harry said. They ate dinner. Around them the great hall was its usual Saturday evening self, noisier than weeknights, looser, the weekend's particular energy of people who have temporarily put down their obligations and are enjoying the space that creates. Someone at the Ravenclaw table was loudly wrong about something Quidditch-related and was being loudly corrected. Two Hufflepuff third years near the end of the table were teaching each other a card game. The Slytherin table was its usual composed and watchful self, which tonight had a specific quality. Several people were looking toward the Gryffindor table with an attention that had more information in it than usual, which meant word had reached the Slytherin common room at some speed. At the far end of the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was eating his dinner and looking at no one. His posture was impeccable, as always. But he was alone in a way that was different from his usual aloneness. No Crabbe or Goyle flanking him, no performance of ease. Just Draco, in his seat, doing his own arithmetic, and Harry watched him briefly and thought, that's a person working out who they're going to be. He'd find out eventually. For now, it wasn't his business. After dinner, Flitwick sent Harry a brief note that said Dumbledore would like to speak with you this evening, if you're willing. His office. 8 o'clock. You don't have to go. Harry wrote back, I'll be there. Then he went back to the common room for an hour and sat with his friends and did nothing important, and it was one of the better hours of the month, full and warm and very ordinary in a way that felt, still, like something remarkable. At 5 to 8 he went to Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle admitted him without requiring the password, which was either Dumbledore's instruction or the gargoyle's own judgment, and Harry climbed the spiral staircase and knocked on the door and went in. Dumbledore's office was extraordinary in the way that rooms became extraordinary when occupied by someone for a very long time, full of accumulated objects, portraits breathing quietly in their frames, instruments Harry couldn't name making small, deliberate movements on shelves. Fawkes the Phoenix was on his perch near the window, and he looked at Harry with bright, warm eyes and made a soft sound that was not quite a word and not quite a song but was somewhere between them. Harry looked at him. "Hello," he said. Fawkes trilled. "He likes you," Dumbledore said, from behind his desk. He was standing, not sitting. He came around the desk as Harry entered, and he didn't gesture to a seat with the usual ceremony of the headmaster's office. He just stood, and Harry stood, and they looked at each other in a room full of instruments and portraits and the evening light through the high windows. "Sit down, if you'd like," Dumbledore said. "Or not. Whatever you prefer." Harry pulled a chair up and sat in it. Dumbledore sat in his own chair across from him, not behind the desk but beside it, the desk sideways between them rather than a formal barrier. Which was, Harry thought, either a genuine choice to make the conversation more equal or a very deliberate staging of that impression. He decided it didn't matter which. "I heard the findings were read," Dumbledore said. "I was there, of course, but I wanted to," he paused. "I wanted to hear how you received them." "Clearly," Harry said. "I heard them clearly." "The formal censure, I'm not here about the censure," Harry said. "The Wiesengemot issued it. It's theirs. I'm here because I said in the hospital wing I wanted to have a proper conversation with you, and the hearing's done now, so there's nothing pending that requires us to be careful about what we say." Dumbledore looked at him. In the office's warm, particular light, he looked old, genuinely, deeply old, in a way that was different from merely having white hair and lines. Old in the way of someone who has lived long enough to see several versions of themselves and has been forced, recently, to look at one of those versions with more clarity than was comfortable. "Ask me what you want to ask me," Dumbledore said. "I want to know," Harry said, "whether you would have told me. Eventually. About the blood wards, about why specifically that house, about the protection that my mother's sacrifice created. Was there a plan for when I'd know?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "When you were older," he said. "When I thought you could handle it," Harry said. "Yes. What made you think I couldn't handle it earlier?" Harry said. "What was the specific quality you were waiting for me to develop?" Dumbledore absorbed the question. It was a genuine question, asked without sharpness, and he appeared to understand that it required a genuine answer. "I think," he said slowly, "that I was protecting myself as much as protecting you. If you knew the full picture, you would ask questions. You would examine the decisions. And I was not eager to have the decisions examined." Harry looked at him steadily. "Because you knew some of them were wrong. Because I suspected they were, and I had managed that suspicion rather than confronted it." He paused. "That is a form of cowardice I am not accustomed to recognizing in myself." "I think," Harry said, "that you're very used to being the most capable person in any room. And that being the most capable person in any room for a very long time can teach you that your judgment is more reliable than anyone else's, which is sometimes true and sometimes isn't, and the difficulty is that the more reliable your judgment usually is, the harder it is to notice the times it isn't." Dumbledore looked at him with those ancient eyes. "That is," he said, "a remarkably accurate description." "You're going to say it's remarkable for an 11-year-old, Harry said. "I was going to say it's remarkable for anyone," Dumbledore said. "But yes. The age is part of it." "The age is why you underestimated me," Harry said. Not maliciously. Not deliberately. Just, I was a child, and children need to be managed and protected, and the management became a habit and the habit became a framework that you applied without checking whether it still fit. He paused. That's what I think happened. I could be wrong. You're not wrong, Dumbledore said. It came out quietly, without theater, without the weight that powerful men sometimes put on admissions because they want credit for making them. He said it as a fact. I managed you from the night I left you at Privet Drive. I made decisions about your knowledge, your safety, your understanding of your own history, without asking you. He paused. You were 15 months old. Then you were a child. Then I had the habit of it and the habit was comfortable. And now? Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Now you are sitting in my office having told me things about myself that most people with considerably more years and experience would not say to my face. He paused. Now I am wondering what I have been doing and whether I can do it differently. You can, Harry said simply. The question is whether you will. That's fair, Dumbledore said. The 3-year oversight from the Welfare Subcommittee, Harry said. How do you feel about it? A small pause. It is appropriate, Dumbledore said. I may not always find it comfortable. I hope I will have the grace to recognize that discomfort as the point. It's not punitive, Harry said. It's structural. It's designed so that one person's certainty can't become everyone else's substitute for judgment again. He paused. I want you to understand that I don't, he stopped. Found the right words. I don't have a list of grievances to work through with you. I understand why you made the choices you made. I understand that the logic was real, even when the outcome was wrong. I'm not interested in making you feel bad about it for its own sake. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. What are you interested in? I'm interested in what comes next, Harry said. I have a sense that things are still coming. That the danger isn't over, that whatever happened 10 years ago hasn't finished happening. You know more about that than I do. I do, Dumbledore said carefully. I'm not asking you to tell me all of it tonight, Harry said. I'm asking you to commit to telling me. When it's relevant. Before the moment requires it rather than at the moment it requires it. He looked at him steadily. I want to be informed. Not protected from information. Informed. Dumbledore held his gaze. That's a different relationship than the one I had planned for, he said. I know, Harry said. I'm asking you to consider whether the one you planned is actually going to work. The office was quiet. Fawkes made another soft sound from his perch, the kind that vibrated somewhere low and warm, and the instruments on the shelves made their small deliberate movements, and the portraits breathed in their frames. You are not what I expected, Dumbledore said. People keep saying that, Harry said. What did you expect? Something more, uncertain, Dumbledore said, and there was a honesty in it that was almost vulnerable, which was strange on a man of his stature and made him, Harry thought, somewhat more real. Something that needed guidance more. Something I could shape toward what was needed. You wanted someone more manageable, Harry said. Not harshly. Just clearly. Yes, Dumbledore said. I think I did. That version of me was 10 years at Privet Drive, Harry said. The version of me you're getting instead, I think is probably more useful. Dumbledore looked at him, and something in those old eyes moved through several things quickly, and what it settled on was, of all things, something that looked very much like hope. Yes, he said. I think you're probably right. Harry stood up. I'll come back and talk to you again, he said. When there's something specific to talk about. Or when I have more questions. He paused. I do have more questions. Just not all of them tonight. Whenever you're ready, Dumbledore said, and it had the quality of a genuine offer rather than a formal pleasantry. Harry walked to the door. At the door he paused, which seemed to be a habit he'd developed in Dumbledore's vicinity. "The portrait behind your desk," he said. "Third from the left. He's been watching me since I sat down." Dumbledore turned slightly. "Armando Dip-Pet," he said. "My predecessor. He looks like he wants to say something." Dumbledore smiled, small and real. "Armando always wants to say something." "Maybe let him," Harry said, and left. He walked back through the castle with his hands in his pockets and the comfortable awareness of a building he was learning, which staircase moved when and why, which corridor smelled of something indefinably old and good, which window on the 4th floor showed the full lake at night with the reflection of the stars. He had weeks of this. He had years of it ahead. And the years were real now in a way that required no managing, no bracing, no careful not wanting in case the wanting was taken away. He stopped at the 4th floor window and looked at the lake. It was fully dark by now, close to 9 o'clock, the sky clear and dense with stars and the lake below holding all of them reflected and still. The giant squid was a movement somewhere in the depths, barely visible, a suggestion of something large and comfortable going about its business. The grounds beyond were dark and quiet. He stood there for a while. No particular reason. Just standing. He was still standing there when he heard footsteps on the corridor, and Hermione appeared from the direction of the library. Of course she'd been in the library. It was 9 on a Saturday and she was Hermione, and she stopped when she saw him at the window. "Dumbledore's office," she said. "Just came from there," Harry said. She came to stand beside him at the window. She looked at the lake for a moment. "How was it?" "Good," Harry said. He listened. He said honest things. "We made a start at something that's going to take a while." "A while is okay," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "It is." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, the guardianship. You said you had thoughts." "I did," he said. "I've been thinking about it all day." "And?" Harry looked at the lake. The stars moved in it, very slowly, with the particular patience of things that are measured in larger scales than human attention. "I don't want a guardian who feels obligated," he said. "I don't want someone who takes it on because they feel guilty about what happened or because their position makes it the right thing to do." He paused. "I want someone who wants to. Actually wants to." "Does someone like that exist?" Hermione said. Harry thought about Flitwick putting a hand on his shoulder in the courtroom and saying nothing. He thought about Flitwick in the hospital wing saying I was obligated to act in the voice of someone who was not describing an obligation but a want. He thought about the flying lesson, 43 minutes into the hour, not an hour but close, and Flitwick arriving not because he had to but because he'd been paying attention. He thought about Flitwick asking, "Why did you become a charms professor?" And the answer being about a woman who changed the conditions of the fight. He thought about Volume 4, Chapter 3, and I have been a teacher for a very long time. He thought about 43 years of looking at students and knowing the difference between a fall and other things. "Yes," Harry said. Hermione followed his thinking in the way she sometimes did, not all of it, but the shape of it. "Have you asked him?" "Not yet," Harry said. "Tomorrow." She nodded. She didn't push further, because she was Hermione and she understood when something was ready to be said and when it wasn't. She stood with him at the window for another few minutes and they watched the lake and said nothing, and it was a comfortable nothing. "I should get back," she said eventually. "I'm halfway through a paper on transfiguration theory and I want to finish the argument before I sleep." "On a Saturday night," Harry said. "The argument doesn't care what night it is," she said, with perfect reasonableness, and went back toward the library. Harry stayed at the window a little longer. Then he went down to the Gryffindor common room. Ron was there, in the chair nearest the fire that he'd apparently claimed in the first week by simple repetition, playing chess against himself with the particular focused dissatisfaction of someone who knows both sides of the board too well to be surprised by anything. He looked up when Harry came in and moved a piece. How'd it go with Dumbledore? He said. Well, Harry said, dropping into the chair across from him. We started a conversation. Long one? It'll take a while, Harry said. But that's all right. Ron looked at the board. Moved another piece. You fancy a game? You'll destroy me in 12 moves, Harry said. 11 at best, honestly, Ron said, which was both accurate and delivered with the specific dry honesty that Harry had come to think of as one of Ron's better qualities. But it's still worth playing. Yes, Harry said. Set it up. Ron reset the board with the easy speed of someone who'd done it hundreds of times. Harry pulled his chair forward. The common room moved around them, people finishing essays, having arguments about nothing important, someone playing music softly near the window, the fire crackling and warm, the castle at night doing its usual old and patient settling around the life inside it. Harry looked at the board. The pieces looked back at him. Ron's knight was already eyeing his with unconcealed anticipation. Your move, Ron said. Harry moved a pawn. Ron moved immediately, which meant he'd already seen it coming. You know, Ron said, studying the board, 12 is optimistic on my part. You've gotten better. I've been thinking about it differently, Harry said. How? As a conversation, Harry said. Not a conflict. The pieces aren't fighting, they're talking to each other. When you understand what the other side is saying, you can respond to it more accurately. Ron looked up from the board. He had the expression of someone who has just received an idea through a side door they didn't know was open. Huh, he said. You already do it, Harry said. You just don't describe it that way. I describe it as hitting things with other things, Ron said. Same thing, Harry said. Different language. Ron looked at the board again. He moved his knight. Right, he said. Don't let that change your strategy, though. I'm still going to win. I know, Harry said, and moved his bishop, and they played. The morning came in the way that good mornings came after significant days, quietly, without fanfare, with the specific quality of time that has settled and is ready to move forward rather than circling back. Harry woke at 6:30, which was late by his standards, and lay in the comfortable dark of the dormitory for a moment with the sound of 5 other people breathing around him and the weight of the duvet that was exactly the right weight. He was not going back. He let the thought be simple. Let it be just that, without the complicated architecture of what had preceded it or the uncertainty of what surrounded it. Just that, bare and real and entirely sufficient. He got up. He found Flitwick at 7:15 in the Charms classroom, which was where Flitwick was most mornings at this hour, marking, or reading, or doing whatever it was that very good professors did in the hours before the school demanded their formal attention. The door was open. Harry knocked on it anyway. Flitwick looked up. Mr. Potter. Good morning. Good morning, Harry said. He came in and stood in front of the desk, and he looked at Flitwick with the directness he brought to things that mattered, and he said, I want to ask you something. Flitwick set down his quill. He gave Harry his full attention, which was the kind of full attention that didn't perform itself, didn't lean forward or make encouraging sounds, just was, present and complete and entirely real. The guardianship process, Harry said. Amelia Bones's office is opening the file. I need to nominate someone. He paused. I want to nominate you. Flitwick was very still. I'm not asking because you're involved in the case, Harry said. I'm not asking because you started the investigation or because it's the logical continuation. I'm asking because you noticed. Because you came off the pitch to say something about the flying when no one asked you to, and you counted, and you called the ministry before it was comfortable to do so, and you sat with me in the hospital wing and said honest things, and you've been honest with me every single time since. He paused. You didn't do any of that because of who I am. You did it because it was right, and because you actually, he stopped. Found the word. Cared. Not about the famous Harry Potter. About the person in the hospital bed who said 19. The classroom was very quiet. Flitwick looked at him for a long moment. His expression was doing something that was not his usual composed pleasantness. It was more open than that, more human and less armored, the expression of a person receiving something they hadn't anticipated and were not yet sure how to hold. "Harry," he said. His voice was entirely steady and also full of something he was not performing. "I know it's a significant ask," Harry said. "I know it comes with responsibilities that aren't small. I'm not asking lightly and I understand if—" "Yes," Flitwick said. Harry stopped. "Yes," Flitwick said again, more simply. "I would be honored. Without qualification." "Yes." Harry looked at him. Something in his chest did the complicated thing again, the almost relief, the almost terrifying warmth, and this time he didn't breathe through it and away from it. He let it be there. He let it be real. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for asking me," Flitwick said, with the specific quality of someone who means the thing they are saying in a way that goes considerably beyond the words. "Now sit down," he said, with a shift back toward the familiar, toward the steadier ground of ordinary interaction. "I want to show you something." Harry sat down. Flitwick came around the desk and pulled a book from the shelf behind him, not a textbook, something older, with a spine that was worn nearly flat and a title that Harry couldn't read because the gold letters had worn away. "This is a dueling theory text from the early 1700s, Flitwick said, setting it on the desk. "The author was a witch named Celestine Vance. No relation to the Augustus Vance on the panel, as far as I know. She developed what became the theoretical foundation for everything that dueling has been since." He opened it to a page near the middle. The handwriting was cramped and old and extremely confident. "What does she say?" Harry said, looking at the cramped page. "She says," Flitwick said, "that the most important principle in any contest is not power or speed or the breadth of your knowledge. She says it's this," he put his finger on a line. "The willingness to be seen clearly. By your opponent. By the room. By yourself. She says most practitioners lose before the first spell is cast because they are performing a version of themselves rather than being themselves, and the performance requires resources that would otherwise be available for the actual fight." Harry looked at the page. The cramped handwriting was just legible if you looked at it carefully, and he could make out the shape of what Flitwick was pointing to. "The willingness to be seen clearly," he said. "You have it," Flitwick said simply. "You've had it since the flying lesson. Possibly longer." He closed the book. "I'm not telling you this so you know you have it. I'm telling you because I think you should know that it's rare. That most people spend a great deal of effort avoiding it, because being seen clearly means being seen accurately, and that includes the parts of yourself that are uncertain or unfinished." He paused. "You let people see the accurate version. It's powerful, Harry. It's the most powerful thing I've seen in 43 years of teaching." Harry looked at the book on the desk. He thought about the hospital wing and the flat, clear voice he'd used to say things he'd never said to anyone. He thought about Amelia Bones's notebook and McGonagall's tired, honest face. He thought about Dumbledore saying "I'm sorry" in the small, bare way, without theater, and Harry saying "I know you are" because he did. "I had a lot of practice," Harry said, which was true and was also not the full truth, and he thought Flitwick probably understood that. "Yes," Flitwick said. "And the practice was made of things that should never have happened." He said it simply, without flinching from it. "But what you built from it, that's yours. Whatever was done to you, what you built is yours." The morning light in the Charms classroom was early and clear, coming in through the east-facing windows at the angle that meant it lit the dust in the air, all those tiny particles moving slowly in the warmth of it. The classroom smelled of chalk and old books and the faint residual magic that accumulated in rooms where spells were cast regularly for decades. Harry sat in it and thought about the year ahead. Not just the days remaining in first year, not just the guardianship process and the Wisengamot's legislative review and whatever was still coming with Dumbledore's incomplete truths about danger and a war that hadn't finished. All of it. The whole horizon. It was complex. It had threat in it, somewhere. He could feel the shape of things unresolved, the sense that the world's larger dangers hadn't been addressed by one hearing in Courtroom 7, that what he'd done was clear one specific field rather than end the larger war. He knew that. He wasn't naive about it. But he also knew this: he had a castle full of people who had chosen, each in their own way, to stand with him. Not because of his name or his scar. Because of who he actually was, the person they'd seen clearly, when he'd let them look. He had Flitwick, who counted bruises and made calls and said yes without qualification. He had McGonagall, who had said I should have pushed harder and had meant every syllable. He had Amelia Bones, who ran her investigations at the scope they required and filed the minister's memos under correspondence received. He had Neville, who had a grandmother who moved like a chess piece nobody had calculated for. He had Hermione, who got up at 5 in the morning when something was important, which was every morning, and who put her hand over his briefly at dinner with the firm realness of a person who meant it. He had Ron, who had said I know I don't have to, do you want me to, and who played chess like he argued, with generosity and without mercy, which was the best combination. He had Draco Malfoy sitting at the Slytherin table doing his own arithmetic, and that wasn't friendship and wasn't quite anything yet, but it was a door that hadn't closed, and Harry had learned that doors that hadn't closed were worth not forcing. He had a wrist that worked correctly. Both feet on the ground. A dormitory and a castle and a lake full of stars. He had, for the first time in a life that had required him to be very small for a very long time, exactly as much room as he needed. What's in Volume 5? Harry said. Flitwick looked at him. The pleasantness in his face, the controlled, professional warmth, was still there, but underneath it was the thing Harry had learned to read, which was the realness of it, the genuine quality that the pleasantness was not performance but simply how Flitwick was, a man who had found that warmth was not incompatible with sharpness and had never had to choose between them. Volume 5, Flitwick said, is about combinations. Not just charms, everything. What happens when you understand multiple disciplines well enough to synthesize them? When the categories stop being the point and the underlying principles become the thing you're working with. Is there a 7th-year equivalent? Harry said. There's no school equivalent, Flitwick said. It's beyond the curriculum. It's the kind of thing that takes, he paused. Time. And a particular kind of mind. Harry looked at him steadily. Flitwick looked back. I'll find a copy in the library, Harry said. I'll lend you mine, Flitwick said. He reached back to the shelf and took down a second book, this one thicker, with a spine in better condition than the Vance dueling text, clearly much used but also much cared for. He set it on the desk in front of Harry. Harry picked it up. It was heavier than it looked, which was usually true of books that were worth reading. He opened it to the first page. Outside the Charms classroom windows, Hogwarts was waking up, footsteps in the corridor above, the distant clatter of the great hall being set for breakfast, a portrait somewhere down the hall carrying on an argument that had probably been running for several hundred years. The grounds below were mist and dew in the early light, and the lake beyond was flat and still and full of depth. Harry read the first line of the first chapter. He turned the page.